Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun! My connection looks like it's jumping in and out. Dropping some frames, it's kind of pissing me off. We will take things slowly for this next live stream of Tsukihime. As usual, this is a charity stream. Hashtag waifu for laifu. The goal is to stop it, internet. Jesus. I know Comcast was doing something recently, and they're bugging me. But yeah, to show that anime fans, despite liking content that a lot of the world is complaining about, saying is problematic, you know, do great things. Be like, hey, you know what? We actually care about the real world, and this is just our fantasy. Let fiction be fiction. Don't judge me on my fantasies. And so, we do have an incentive for donations. The goal is, by the end of Kohaku's route, which is the last route in the game, to reach $2,000. If we can reach 2K... by the end of the stream, well, not the stream, but probably today and tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, sorry. Today and next week. Between now and next week, hopefully we'll reach $2,000, and when we do, I will release an NSFW dai-chan artwork that I have made personally. Now let me, sorry, real quick, pop out my Twitch chat in case people actually use that. Yeah, Kohaku has just the one ending, but it's not like it takes long to do the endings. Goblin Slayer Season 2, huh? Okay, so is it dropping frames for you guys left and right? It's hard to get that sense, because I know my quality is dipping about. Maybe I should change the bit rate. I don't know. It shouldn't be screwing me over, but it is. Anyway, we're going to start game and start from the beginning. My thoughts on fake fanfictions. I don't care for them myself. I don't normally like reading them that much because I feel like they are already kind of, I don't know, Fate itself is already kind of a fanfic of itself in many ways. That doesn't mean you can't have fun. It's good. It's good stuff. Anonymous, thank you so much. We're getting off to a great start. So, as usual, we're going to go ahead and not skip these, but we're going to go through them very quickly. Oh wait, this is the prologue. Okay, so yeah, Shiki wakes up from the accident. We already know what the accident was now. If you haven't yet, you got to watch my previous parts. It's pretty obvious by now. He's got the eyes. He meets Aoko. She gives him the glasses. She teach him not to be a douchebag. She good Magus. She good Magus Civ. Good Civ Magus. Don't chop the tree down! What is this, Fern Gully? Why a rewrite? So Shiki wakes up, he leaves the Arima house for the first time, he go to school, we meet, oh, yeah, first thing when we're at school, sorry, but thanks to these streams, I've started reading the Tsukihime manga. Yeah, the manga is awesome. I like the manga. I also kind of like graphic stuff. I have a morbid curiosity for it, even if it's a terrible manga, and if it's a good manga like Tsukihime, I think it actually just helps create that dark atmosphere. A Resident Evil anime? I don't know. I don't know. So we're going to ignore what I think is CL, right? Right, yeah, we're going to ignore CL. I think she's hammering on the splint. We go to school, we meet Yumizuka Satsuki, we meet Inui-kun, all's good. Yeah, my internet is very unsteady. It's jumping from 6,000 kilobit down to like 3K, back and forth. I guess it's not actually dropping the frames, but the quality is shifting drastically. It can't figure its shit out. One of my most infuriating things is when somebody comes and tries to fix something, or rather update something, like they do maintenance or they shift things around, and then they wind up breaking it like crazy. It's like Crunchyroll. Ever since they rolled out their new format for their app, it sucked so bad. It used to work pretty damn well up until that point, and now it's slow as a slug. The menus, the interface, everything takes forever to load. And the shows often get stuck in buffer loops and things. Having work almost every day around this time, and then 7 hours to catch up during off hours. It's been too much, and I've fallen behind too much. Dropped the streams altogether. Oh, I'm sorry, Chaotic Trickster. Chaotic Trickster, I'm sorry. These are kind of the only times that work for me because I do spend weekends and things with family and take a breather on them. And I also have to spend the rest of my days working on the videos that come out, like the memes that are coming out. There's a new format. Well, it's not format for the video. It's the layout of the website. Which servant's Valentine event is your favorite? You mean like when they give you the chocolate, like which servant do you like receiving chocolate more from? I don't know. It is nice hearing them hear their voices though. Well, we're starting a new route. It has some spoilers from Hisui because Hisui's route revealed so many important things about Kohaku herself. Run around to school, bump into Ciel. She's already brainwashing her way into my life. Nito Crease is Choco. She's Choco Bunny already, so she doesn't have to give me any chocolate. But, I like Mordred's. I like swimsuit Mordred's because you almost get to kiss her because of the whole Pocky chewing thing. But Matahari cockblocks us at the last second. We're going to eat lunch in class because we don't care about any of the girls at school. We chilling about, hearing about the murders and all that shit. Hey, Mac Attack, when's the last time you saw one of these streams then, just for a record? Because it's pretty important that we fill you in, if not. I like how regular Mordred gives you a half-eaten bar of chocolate, too. Like an energy bar or something, like a Snickers. It's funny. It's also kind of funny, the servants who forget about Valentine's Day, but still see you wanting a chocolate from them and how they get all flustered. That part's always kind of cute. After school, we're gonna head back to the mansion. Okay, so, you missed Hisui's route. Alright, so that's the big one about the maids. Basically, the maid girls, Hisui and Kohaku, were brought on to the Tono family because they possessed, psychic abilities. They are, what did they call them? But basically, their energy, the heat they give off and transfer to people, are capable of calming down the inversion impulse of the Tono bloodline, the demons and shit that they got going on. And so they were brought on exclusively to be essentially meat slaves to Makihisa Tono. Synchronizers, that's correct, Eldridge. And poor little Kohaku, who I believe is the older sister. Well, Fujino had mystic eyes, but it's similar, yeah. It's similar that they're unique people in the family, so they're orphans. They were brought in to be maids for the Tonos exclusively, to be essentially banged to suppress their powers. And Makihisa, of course, was turning into demon crazy, and to restrain himself, he took to the girls as young as 8 years old, and Kohaku did not want Hisui, her sister, her little sister, to have to endure that. So she took all of the brunt of that herself. So it turns out that Kohaku is the girl in the window looking out, watching everybody play, when she's stuck in Makihisa's room all by herself all the time, and writing in that diary, help me, help me, help me, help me, that kind of stuff, until she finally breaks. Kohaku breaks, and she's like, you know what? I'm going to be like a doll. If I am basically treating myself as it's not even my own body, the pain will stop. The pain will stop, and it's sad. So she basically goes full-on doll, and everything she does is fake, presumably. That's why she's all overly cheerful, things like that. But that's after Hisui saw. So when Hisui witnessed Shiki Nanaya, our main character, get killed by Shiki Tono, Hisui freaked out. She got really depressed. She went into a slump, and she was no longer cheerful. And Kohaku kind of took that on herself by being the cheerful one of the two girls at that point, even though she claims she's not feeling deep inside. pain doesn't affect her, any of that kind of stuff. So she's the most duplicitous, I suppose, of all of these characters. And she's vowed for the longest time to get, not exactly revenge, but she wants to see the Tonos die. So in Hisui's route, Kohaku is behind the scenes actually trying to provoke Shiki Tono, Roa, basically, from going apeshit crazy and killing people. She was trying to get Akiha to get killed by him. And in one of the routes, she succeeds and then commits seppuku on herself to atone for what she did, having accomplished her goal of killing all the Tonos. And in Hisui's good ending, well, she still tries to kill herself, even after Akiha survives, but she takes like a poison pill or something, and Shiki stops that poison pill and saves her life, but at the same time it causes her to severe memory loss, so she's kind of an amnesiac. Oh, sorry, about what you said before, I think it's Travis, I think you asked. I have a video called Anime Fighting Games, where I did, in fact, play Nitro Plus Blasters. Do you like Lancelot in FGO, and do you think he should have a more prominent role in the next few arcs? Wasn't there, like, an arc more based around Camelot or something again, with Artoria Caster? If so, then yeah, it would be cool to see him, but I feel he's gotten his fair share of exposure between Zerkerlot and the Camelot Singularity. Yeah, Hisui just... she just holds back her emotions. Whereas Kohaku claims to not have any, but she's kind of lying to herself. But that's what we're going to find out, isn't it? What is really going on with Kohaku? But yeah, we're going home. Mizuka Satsuki, she's like, hey, you'll save me if I'm in trouble, right? Here we go again. Unfortunately, we know you're going to be a vampy vamp. Or you already are, for all I know. Right, Sooty Hunter. That's very, very important. Thank you, Sooty Hunter. Yes, the other thing is that Kohaku had this plan to murder the Tonos, but she says anyway, that she probably would have given up on that plan if us, the main character, Shiki Nanaya, remembered her as the proper girl, the one in the window, who gave him the ribbon. The white ribbon. So if he indeed did that, things would have been better. So that was kind of like a kick to the groin, because it's like, oh, you got the girl wrong, Shiki, and that's why this is all happening. What are your hopes for the next Lost Belt? I don't know. I do think Morgan Le Fay should be a character, yeah. Oh yeah, he's remembering saving Yumizuka, We're gonna skip that. Shiki's remembering, that house that we used to live in. I don't remember much about it. What do I remember, though? And for Kohaku's route, of course, we're talking about the girl by the window. And now we have officially started Kohaku's route. Akiha isn't the only person I haven't seen since then. I can't remember all the details because it's been 8 years, but there were other children at the mansion around the same age as me. I don't remember their names, but there were 2 girls who were twins. The old man once said they didn't have any relatives, so he took them on to work as servants. That's weird. We played together so often when we were small, but I can't remember their names. I closed my eyes and cast my mind back. I should be able to remember. She was the girl who was always cheerful. So cheerful that you'd become cheerful just by looking at her. A girl with a carefree personality who was loved by everyone at the mansion. Because she was close to my age, I got along very well with her. And it seemed like every day we would run around the garden together. "Let's play together, Shiki-chan," she would say, and I remember her taking me out of my room after I secluded myself inside. She would often laugh and take shy Akiha's hand, trying to make her play with us. She was older than the both of us. She would guide me and Akiha to play together. But once we started playing, she would just watch over us. Even Akiha's tutor, the harsh butler, would say, "I don't mind as long as Hisui is with you guys," and let Akiha out to play. What original Netflix series or anime are you watching now, and are you going to do a topic about Netflix anime? You know what? In general, most of the time when they say, oh, it's a Netflix anime, it just means that Netflix paid for... They helped sponsor certain anime, but for the most part, they're still anime made in Japan. And for all intents and purposes, are just as anime as any other anime. Though I would say that Netflix seems to be big on pushing cheap anime, so they're all for the CG stuff. And there's a lot of really meh CG anime. But there's also some really good stuff, too. So, I actually do have a video about that coming up soon, in the next couple weeks, called, Mastering CG in Anime, or 3D in Anime, and it talks about a couple of shows, namely things like B-Stars, D4DJ, I'm loving that, as well as, stuff like Drifting Dragons. I really, really enjoyed that Netflix one. But to think that Netflix had any, like, creative input is kind of like, I'm glad they don't. It's mostly just them funding it. And that's perfectly fine for me. As for Netflix original series, I don't know if it's could be considered one, but you know, Cobra Kai is now through Netflix, so I do love that. But what studio made it? That's the thing, because they're still being made by Japanese studios. But I'm more concerned about the other girl. I don't know what kind of girl she was, or why she was always like that. From the second floor, there was always a girl looking down on us every time I turned to look at the mansion while we were playing in the garden. She was the twin of that cheerful girl, but she would always gaze at us expressionlessly. And of course, the one problem with Netflix getting their hands on any anime is that they don't release it on Blu-ray. It's kind of a miracle we finally got Violet Evergarden out, thanks to Funimation of all people. So, Nah. I also really like High Score Girl. At first, that show looked really ugly, or I thought it did, but it's actually a pretty adorable show. Well, Aniplex usually publishes. They don't make the anime. The girl would never try to leave the house. All she would do is watch us with those cold eyes. Was it because it bothered me so much that I thought she seemed so lonely? Most of the memories I have about the Tono Mansion are only about her. Well, in the end, I only ended up talking a little with her. I wonder if those girls are still at the mansion. When I think about that, I take a white ribbon out of my bag. An old white ribbon that the girls gave me at the very end. 8 years ago, after I was involved in the accident, the day I was entrusted to the Arima family, right before I was to leave the mansion, the girl gave me this for some reason. I'm just lending it to you, so be sure to return it. Saying something along those lines, she ran off. A promise made under a large tree. The weather was beautiful that day. Looking up, there was a high, high blue sky I could just lose myself in. It was my last memory when I left the Tono Mansion 8 years ago. I put the ribbon back in my bag. I'll be doing some kind of streams after Tsukihime. I think I'll move them on to Wednesdays. The Wi-Fi on my end is going kind of weird, but people said it wasn't dropping frames, so now I'm confused. Objective, give the fucking ribbon to Kohaku. Yes. To be fair, she made it very hard for him to find out. Oh, right. In the beginning of some routes, Hisui was scared of being touched by Shiki. She is in every route, but, yeah, my Wi-Fi's going kind of up and down. But, yeah. Sorry, to answer your question, Kohaku was freaked out about the touch of men because, literally, Kohaku took on all the abuse from Makihisa. She did the dirty deed with him all the time in order to help Hisui remain pure. And so Hisui kind of took that to heart, thinking she should not touch men because she wanted to honor her sister's wish about, keeping her pure. And so she said, she tried to avoid being touched by men because her sister was already sacrificing herself so much so she wouldn't have to. But it's been 8 years after all. Not only do I not know if they're still at the mansion, I can't even remember their names. Even so, this ribbon is precious to me. The time when my father had disinherited me. Rather than being saddened over having been discarded by him, I felt a warmness inside when I thought she was waiting for me to return with the ribbon. That's why I want to keep the promise, so long as I still remember it. I agreed to return to the mansion because Akiha is now there all by herself. I left her there for 8 years, pushing all the responsibility onto her while I selfishly lived freely. But there's something else. I really think I decided to return because of that promise. The white ribbon. Because of that promise, Maid, to the only one who said she would be waiting for me. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. It's huge. The words escape my mouth when I reach the gate. For someone like me, used to living in a normal house, the Tono Mansion seems well out of reality. I wonder if I rushed into this. Nah, it's too late to start regretting things now. The gates aren't locked. I push them open and head towards the mansion doors. I wouldn't consider the Tonos themselves mages per se. How long will this stream be? 4 hours, and we're already 30 minutes in. They tower oppressively, bearing down on any visitors. Beside the iron double doors is an unmatching doorbell. All right. Shaking off my nervousness, I press it. There isn't any affectionate ding-dong chime from the doorbell. The oppressive silence continues for a few seconds. Then the sound of pattering footsteps behind the door indicates someone's presence. Last time it was 7+ hours, but I ain't doing that this time. I will not. I can't do it. I got things I gotta finish, like my next lesson in Magecraft on divine constructs. Though I will say, when I continue streaming after Tsukihime, I'm probably going to stop the charity stream part at that point, because it is becoming a little trickier for me to maintain my revenue, and we'll try it again later once, you know, I get a little more popular. The door opens with a creak. Inside is the lobby I remembered, and a young girl in an apron. Thank goodness. You're so late I was beginning to worry you had gotten lost. I was thinking about going out to meet you if you hadn't arrived by sunset. The girl in the anachronistic apron smiles warmly. No, that's, I'm so taken aback by your outdated mode of dress that I can't even form a proper sentence. Perhaps attributing my hesitance to distrust, the girl tilts her head a little. You're Shiki-sama, aren't you? Yeah, but you don't have to call me Sama. You are, right? Oh, please don't scare me like that. I was beginning to think I made another mistake back there. She gives a good-natured laugh. I have no basis for this, but she fits the image perfectly. Could it be that you're the girl who played together with us when we were small? I inquire tentatively. She gives a full smile, looking truly happy. Come, you must be tired, right? Please do come in. Akiha-sama is waiting for you in the sitting room. The girl quickly crosses the lobby and heads toward the sitting room. You know, give me just a second, I'm gonna test something. Come, you must be tired, right? Please do come in. Akiha-sama is waiting for you in the sitting room. The girl quickly crosses the lobby and heads toward the sitting room. You know, give me just a second, I'm gonna test something. Okay, I was just making sure that the stream isn't actually lagging for all you guys, even though it dips all the time. Turning back as if she just remembered something, she makes a bow. A full smile on her face. Welcome home, Shiki-sama. Her greeting is accompanied by her flower-like smile. I can't think of any reply, so I just follow her hesitantly. Guided by the girl, I head to the sitting room. It's as if I'm seeing it for the first time. I don't know if I've forgotten about it in the last 8 years, or if they had it refurbished since then. Either way, it feels like someone else's house now, and it's unsettling. Do you like Stranger Things or Umbrella Academy? I usually do not like TV dramas like that. I'm just not into it. I just am not. Umbrella Academy was kind of interesting. I usually do not like TV dramas like that. I'm just not into it. I just am not. Umbrella Academy was kind of interesting. I usually do not like TV dramas like that. I'm just not into it. Yeah, we're in the last round already. What will be the next topic on die time? The thing is about die time, I don't have necessarily, oh, sorry, that echo was me re-listening to myself to see if there was any cuts in the audio, and it seemed pretty smooth, so, that was me, sorry. But yeah, die time will not necessarily be every single week, but it will be there if I have sudden topics I need to talk to. Right now, there's a couple things going on in my head. You know, Idris Elba wanting to make an anime or whatever, stuff like that. The kind of controversy that's going on with VTubers being like, hey, actually make some damn content and stop tweeting. You know, that kind of stuff, like Calliope had made her rap song about. The fact that they are censoring the upcoming Legendary Edition of Mass Effect by avoiding butt camera angles. But yeah, so there's not a lot for me to talk about on a die time until like something major controversial happens. Idris Elba and his wife, I'm assuming it's his wife, want to like produce an anime. Yes, that is what they want to do. That is a new thing, a new topic. So I'll talk about it right here, but it'll make its way onto a die time, whatever the next die time is. But I usually wait until I have something more interesting to say for that. My goal is to be like halfway between some of the YouTubers like Hero Hey and Yellow Flash who will make like a video after like every single tweet and put this big super cringe clickbaity, you know, thumbnail that makes you seem like, oh, the world's ending, and then you click on it, you're like, oh, it's just another Hero Hey video. And he's like, yeah, somebody's talking about this show or something. You know, I want to react a little more in the moment like that, but still not as over dramatic, perhaps, as it does. So I like to build up a couple of different ideas in a single video real quick. Have I ever played Utawarerumo no? I love Utawarerumo no. I've played Prelude to the Fallen. I've played both Mask of Truth and Mask of Deception and Mask of Truth. So Itsuwari no Kamen and Futatsu no Hakuoro. I played the shit out of those and the anime itself. You know what? I should talk about her. I should add her to my die time list. You're absolutely right. Hey Chris, thank you for donating. Yeah, I should definitely talk about Tall Lady. More like I don't get it. I don't get why she's so popular. Like, to me, I just think she looks uggo. Do you ever think you'd do a live stream of the games? Maybe. Maybe, if there were demand for it. I'd need people to be, you know, in demand for it. Utawarerumo no is a fantasy / sci-fi story about kind of like territorial feuding states era type like world where all the main races of people are like these cute animal-ish people. Like, so they have animal ears and tails. They're not furries. They just have animal tails and things like that. And it's a matter of like villages and territories struggling against their local lords, and you building up a nation and fighting against the baddies and stuff like that to try and bring about peace. It's pretty cool. And the whole thing has like a deep sci-fi backstory to explain the lore of their universe, and it's pretty shocking once you figure it all out. As I'm looking around the sitting room, the maid in the apron lowers her head in a quick bow. I brought Shiki-sama with me. Maybe it's just not my thing. Well done. You may return to the kitchen, Kohaku. Thank you. It seems that maid's name is Kohaku. Kohaku-san gives me a small box, as if to say farewell, and leaves the sitting room. She has a smile like Joker. I mean, I think that's kind of the reason people are liking it, and the main reason I'm like, what? Why do you like that? Yes, they're censoring Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I found out about this morning. Apparently there's like camera angles that would show like Miranda's butt. And they're like, oh, we gotta change those. We gotta change those. This leaves me and 2 girls I don't recognize. It's been a long time, Nissan, says the girl with the long black hair and sharp eyes. All my thought processes stop at once. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna keep reading, because otherwise we're never gonna get through this. My mind goes blank, and I can't think of any words of greeting. All I can do is nod with a yeah. I don't think it can be helped. This Akiha that I had not seen in 8 years is not the Akiha I remember. She's completely transformed into a proper young lady of a noble family. Nissan? Do I like watching the MCU? Yeah, occasionally. I think it gets to be a bit too much. I like Black Widow. The black-haired girl tilts her head slightly. Pathetically, all I can say are dumb-sounding things. How many streams do you think we'll need to finish? 2 or 3. It's gonna be 2 or 3. My guess is gonna be 3 live streams, today's and next week. So hopefully by the end of next week we can get our donations up to 2,000. I want to release that dai-chan shower picture. I'm quite proud of it. But I won't do it if we don't reach it by that point, because then it wouldn't be an incentive, would it? You do not look well. Would you like to rest before we talk? Akiha throws a sharp glance in my direction. Is it just my imagination that she looks like she's in a bad mood? No, I'm alright. I was just surprised at how much you've changed, Akiha. People do change over the course of 8 years, so we haven't read this already. Well, okay, so the thing is, though, when we finish Kohaku's route, we have to do, what is it, the Eclipse ending? Which isn't necessarily that long, but we're definitely going to do that, too. It's not going to take a stream up of its own. No, you've definitely changed, Akiha. We're gonna skip through this, because we've read it before. I called you back here, Nissan. After Daddy died, I'm bringing you back. Screw what the family thinks. Because we know she loves you. And she knows you ain't her brother. Ooh, thank you, Anonymous. Apparently the ME1 DLC Pinnacle Station? What is ME1? Mass Effect 1, sorry. DLC Pinnacle Station is not being included due to corrupt data. Huh, interesting. I don't know what DLC that was. You're going to get attacked at our family meeting if you do something like that. Oh, right. Yeah, she's making an enemy of the family, maybe a little bit. But we'll never see them, so it doesn't matter. She's like, damn it, I brought you back, and you just have to accept it, Nissan. Now accept your curfew and your cute little maid. Basically. Does the Eclipse apply to all of the routes? I think it's designed in such a way that, yeah, it could be at the end of many of them. I forgot what I said in the lore of it, though. There might have been a specific one. Take me to my room. Roomba. He doesn't recognize his own room because it wasn't actually his room. Shikitono donated! Thank you! I love my sister. I'm sure you do. Like, no, I really love my sister. So the next choice we get is when we're actually thinking about, hey, do you have a television, basically? And she's like, no, but Kohaku might. Hisui, you and Kohaku-san were the children taken in here, aren't you? We used to play together. I wonder if you remember. I close my mouth as soon as I speak. No. This girl I had played together with was the bright and cheerful one. The one who just gazed at us with those cold eyes has to be. Played together with your sister quite often. Hisui? Yes, I know. 2 years before you went to the Arima household, Makihisa-sama took in Nei-san and I. Hisui speaks as if disinterested. It's good that I know Hisui and Kohaku-san are the twins from my memories. But it seems Hisui doesn't think much of it. Because you mixed them up, you twat. I see. I didn't talk to you much. I'm sorry for getting so worked up. You have nothing to apologize for, Shiki-sama. I must also apologize for my rudeness to you when I was younger. Hisui lowers her head. I feel really uneasy. I know Hisui doesn't mean to make me feel bad, but I don't know how to respond when a girl the same age as me says that to me. Do you have any other requests, Shiki-sama? No, nothing in particular. Very well. I shall come to call you in an hour's time. Please relax until then. As I expected, Hisui says everything with an expressionless face. By 1 hour later, she must mean dinner. But even after she tells me to relax, how would I do that here? The clock says it's around 6 o'clock. Usually I'd be watching TV in the sitting room around this time, but I'm having serious doubts as to whether there's any such thing in this mansion. Hisui, I know it's kind of a trivial thing to ask about, but is there a television in this mansion? A television? Hisui's eyes narrow slightly. I know I'm the one who asked, but it really is a stupid question. I feel there's something wrong with asking about the presence of a TV in a luxurious mansion like this. Hisui makes a rare troubled face and stares off into space. There is no television in the sitting room. Some of the visitors did make use of one, but when they departed, they packed it up with their luggage and took it back with them. So I do not believe there are any remaining. Thank you, Mac Attack! Hold on, visitors? Like who? For how long? Relatives, the eldest son of Kugamine-sama, from a branch of the family, Tozaki-sama's third daughter and her fiancé, and Kishima-sama's eldest son came to stay for close to 3 years. 3 years, huh? Hisui, that's what you'd call freeloaders, not visitors. Hisui does not reply. No matter what kind of people these freeloaders were, it seems that servants can't say anything bad about them. Well, at any rate, it seems like all those relatives had brought, taken back, it seems all those relatives had brought and taken back their own luggage with them. My old man hated the products of modern culture, thinking them all vulgar. To my knowledge, they're really close to finishing the translation of Mahoyo. I would love to be playing that soon. I would love to be playing that soon. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. There was no way he would ever watch a TV. Akiha, who had been educated by him for the last 8 years, would probably be the same. Well, it's not like I'll die without one. Hisui is silent. Like a perfect example for servants, Hisui says nothing unless she's being asked a direct question. Could Shiki see the weak point of a reality marble with his mystic eyes? I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so, but of course they don't put that logic in stuff like FGO, because then Ryogi Shiki could just dice up reality marbles and it wouldn't be like a thing. Even in a fighting game, you wouldn't last in a fight against Shiki, either Shiki, for very long. They would just slice your line and boom, you're dead. That'd be crazy. So, fights in Melty Blood would be super fast. If they actually followed the lore logic. This is, of course, kind of depressing for me. I want to make that expressionless face break into a smile somehow, but that seems impossible with just any old half-hearted effort. Well, I'm waiting until the translation is done. Just because someone else has played it first, only in segments, I guess, is just not enough. Like, no, I gotta play the full English thing for the full experience for me. Let me try to stop the stream and bring it back, because it is just freaking the fuck out back and forth. I'll wait until it shows up again, and then I'll, Okay, so knock on wood, it looks like a smoother connection than before. So let me proceed with that. Thank you all for your patience during these weirder times. Oh, there was a library on the first floor of the West Wing, wasn't there? Maybe I'll go find something to read when I have some free time. Hisui does not reply. She just stands there in the doorway. I can't even tell when she's looking. Hisui? Hisui doesn't say a word. Suddenly she looks straight at me. I believe there is one in Nasan's room. Huh? I have no idea what she's talking about. There's one of what? A television. I remember seeing one in Nasan's room. Will you talk about, in Dai Time, which anime characters would win against different anime characters who have more power, like King Hassan? That's not the kind of thing I would put in a Dai Time. Dai Time is like things that are actually happening that I want to comment on. The one thing I'm probably not as thrilled about, personally, is just me and power levels and talking about, like, you know, death battle versus battle type stuff. It's just not my passion. And I don't mean to say there's anything wrong with doing that. It's just that, again, to me, a good fight is a good story. So, who wins is less important than how they win or why they win, because of their interactions. Hisui says, as if remembering something from many years ago. I see. Kohaku-san does look like the type of person who'd watch those variety shows. But I balk at going into Kohaku's room to tell her, "Let me watch your TV!" Sorry, just forget I ever asked. After all, I'll be living here from now on, so I've got to follow the rules of the mansion. God knows what sort of cynical comment I'd be in from Akiha if I started watching television. It seems I'll be leading a scholarly student life fit for a member of the Tono family from now on. Alright. I'll be in my room until dinner, so just come and call me when it's time. You've got other things to do, don't you, Hisui? Hisui nods in assent and turns around. Silently opening the door, she leaves the room. Dinner takes place with Akiha and I being face to face. She's judging my table manners. Finishing dinner time, I return to my room. Does King Hassan have mystic eyes of death perception? I don't think so. I don't think he does. It's still too early to sleep, so what should I do? Now we finally got to go watch TV in Kohaku-san's room, despite what he said about having to live prim and proper life. Fuck that. TV's good. TV's good! Let's see, Kohaku's room is here, isn't it? Knock knock. I knock on her door. Kohaku-san, are you there? Yes, please, hold on a minute. I can hear a cheerful voice from inside the room. I wait for about 3 minutes. Kohaku-san opens the door and pokes her head out. Oh, it's you, Shiki-sama. What are you doing here at this time? Well, I was wondering if you'd let me watch your TV. Huh? Kohaku-san gives me a bewildered look. Well, there's no TV in this house, is there? I've been living in a normal house up until now, so it's become a daily routine for me to watch TV after dinner. I guess I can't calm down without watching it or something like that, so... The more I say it, the more I realize I'm doing something stupid. There's something not right about barging into a lady's room, demanding to watch her TV. Look, even Kohaku-san is just standing there, looking Wait, no she's not. I guess you're right. You've been living at the Arima household until yesterday, after all. You must think this mansion to be kind of depressing after moving here all of a sudden. Kohaku-san gives a cheerful laugh. Let's see, have you talked to Akiha-sama and Hisui-chan about this yet? You mean about coming to your room, Kohaku-san? Kohaku-san nods. No, I haven't talked to anyone about it yet. What about it? No, it's nothing. It's just that I would have to turn you away if you had already talked to them about it. Smiling while she speaks, Kohaku-san looks up and down the hallway. Luckily for us, there isn't anyone else around. Please hurry up and come in. It'll be troublesome if we're caught. Oh yeah, secret TV time! Please, just sit anywhere. I'll go make some tea. Coughing to clear my throat, I take a seat. There are all sorts of things in Kohaku's room. It might be a bit of a mess for, it might be thought of a... Oh, I see. This is a dumb line. It might be thought of as a bit messy for a girl's room. There aren't really many things you could call cute, and what she does have is a lot of things that don't look very useful. Rather, it's an atmosphere of belonging to an orderly, scholarly person. Buried in the miscellaneous objects, I find the TV. On top of the table is the remote. Maybe Kohaku-san has been watching the TV until just now. Thanks for waiting. Tea is fine for you, isn't it, Shiki-sama? Thank you. Please don't mind me too much. Oh no, not at all. I'm sorry I can't do much to treat you. Kohaku-san says so, smiling warmly. So, the TV. What do you watch around this time, Shiki-sama? I don't have any set programs in particular, but the news is a pretty basic one. I like to hear the new trends, and I like snob stories. Is that so? You seem like a very laid-back person, so I thought you'd be reading after dinner or something. No, I don't have such refined interests. I don't consider myself laid-back either. But maybe that's the impression I give with my glasses. You wear glasses, Shiki-sama. Akiha-sama didn't say anything about that at all, so I was quite surprised when I saw you at the door. I see. I haven't met Akiha since I started wearing these glasses. These glasses are just for show. I guess you could say that my eyes are bad, but I think my vision is better than that of most people. It's not because I studied too much and went nearsighted or anything. Ah, crap. I had an intellectual image, but did I disappoint you? Not at all. I enjoy watching TV more than reading, too. I'm glad that you're an energetic person, just like I thought you were. Oh yeah, thanks. I'm a little embarrassed. Faced directly with Kohaku-san's carefree smile, I can't help but feel a little nervous. I'm sorry. You came to watch the news, didn't you? Kohaku-san switches the TV on. It's already 9 o'clock. The news, as it usually does, reports the day's events with a little exaggeration. Oh dear. Looks like there's been another one of those serial murders. Kohaku-san says to herself while sitting next to me, sounding not the least bit concerned. The news is running a special feature on the serial killings. The serial murders, which began in the neighboring town, are now beginning to be concentrated within this town. It's a pretty simple story. Late at night, he attacks young girls indiscriminately, and in the end, he drains their blood. It seems like last night's victim is the 9th so far. I wonder what the police are doing about it. Who knows? It would seem pretty easy to catch a murderer who comes out at night, but maybe he's really careful so they can't trace him. You could be right. The clues about murderers build up as they kill more people, so if they haven't caught him even after 9 murders, he must be really carefully prepared for the killings. A killer, huh? But aren't these killings spontaneous crimes? It's quite strange to think of them as being carefully prepared. You're right. If there's no evidence left at all, then maybe he's not a random killer at all. I can only think that he's got it all planned out from the start for execution. I see. But then what would be the point of killing those 9 girls? Are they friends of his? Acquaintances? Probably not. If there were connections like that, then I think the police would have realized it by now. I suppose it's an incomprehensible case without motive or connections. Kohaku-san says all of this disturbing stuff with a smile. It seems like she's not really worried about this case. These murders are happening right here in this town, Kohaku-san. You're a young girl and all, so aren't you even a little scared? I'll be fine, since the killer only appears late at night. If I don't go out at night, I won't run into him. Kohaku-san really is a clear thinker. It's perhaps a bit of a raw explanation, but I suppose that's how a mere news story should be treated. Sorry for intruding on you. I'll be counting on you again the next time I feel like watching TV. Sure, I'll be waiting. Kohaku-san looks up and down the hallway. I'd like to escort you back to your room, but Hisui-chan is waiting there, so I'll have to say goodbye here. Okay, good night. I had no idea bedtime at the mansion was at 10. Apparently there's some kind of unwritten rule here that one is not to be out of their room after 10. It's still so formal here, even with the old man gone. Well, I guess it's only natural. I'm also getting tired from my unfamiliarity with this mansion, so I obediently returned to my room. When I returned to my room, my bed has been made. Did Hisui do it while I was away? I'm glad she did, but it's really more than I deserve. I scratch my cheek. Then, are you there, Shiki-sama? I can hear Hisui's voice along with a knock at the door. Yeah, I'm here. Come on in. Excuse me. Good evening. Thanks for making my bed, Hisui. Hisui quietly nods in acceptance. Just as I thought, I'm not used to this. Is there anything else you want to tell me? No, nothing from me, but Akiha-sama has instructed me to answer any questions you may have. I see. There are many things I want to ask, but I'll probably get to know them as I continue to live here. Yeah. What I want to know right now before I sleep is it true that the curfew here is 7? Yes. The main gate is locked at 7, and all the entrances to the mansion are to be locked at 8. It's also a rule that one must try... It is also a rule that one must not try to go out walking around in the mansion after 10. Not even walking around in the mansion? Well, I've got no complaint with that, but isn't that kinda harsh? Akiha and I aren't children, so I don't think you have to go that far. Indeed. It is a rule, however, so please abide by it. You are aware of the recent disturbances at night, are you not, Shiki-sama? Yeah, that vampire thing Arihiko was talking about. Well, as long as something like that is happening, I guess it's better to be safe than sorry. What else? Oh, do you mind if I ask an off-topic question? Yes, what is it? I'd like to know what kind of work you and Kohaku-san do around here. I am here to serve Shiki-sama's needs, and my sister Kohaku to serve Lady Akiha-sama. In our spare time, we do the maintenance chores around the mansion. Is there anything more you would like to know? To serve. So that's what it is, after all. My shoulders suddenly feel heavier. It seemed completely natural when she said it, but I'm nothing more than a normal high school student. You know, Shiki Tono really wasn't much to blame either. Like, in theory, you know, Shiki did, you know, only as many bad things, presumably, as CL did. And here we got CL getting to live a happy ending. So, yeah. Okay, so we've already read this. Bum 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 bum. Please don't call me Sama, but... Hisui freaks out when we touch her. You know, Makihisa, he's a bastard for whatever he did to, presumably, the Nanaya family. And even if he was inverting and needed the help of child diddling in order to survive, or in order to stay sane, rather, you would think that there would have to be a better way about going about it than the way he did. Like, oh, I'm gonna keep you locked in a room all the time and make your whole life miserable, instead of, like, I don't know, like, even if you were doing that, you could at least, like, let her live a moderately happy life in addition. You know, treat her with some modicum of respect. You know, her hair keeps changing colors a lot. That's kind of weird. Don't diddle children. Well, yes. I'm just saying this one has very particularly strange narrative consequences, and if that's literally the only way in the entire world he could possibly avoid, you know, turning, even then, he didn't have to be such a dick about it. So he did some digging into the Mass Effect remake, so it's censored, it's missing DLC, and they cut multiplayer, which is actually pretty fun. Why would anyone get this? I don't know! I really don't know. The game was already in HD on the PlayStation 3. Maybe only 720p, but still, come on. So Akiha does a lot of studying, extracurricular. Why are you screaming? No! Oh, the censoring. Why would anyone want to play Mass Effect in general? Oof. The first games had a charm. The first 3. This house from 8 years ago. My blood relative from 8 years ago. It feels a little like they belong to someone else. Well, yeah, this is the same, presumably, team that screwed up, what, Andromeda. Bleh. We got some Umas going out at night. Dun-dun-dun-dun. And we're just like, shut up, Nero, and we're gonna go back to sleep. That's what we gotta do. They made it really bright, huh? Interesting. The characters all looked like really ugly frogs in Mass Effect 1 compared to Mass Effect 2. Like, it was impossible to make, like, a female character not look atrocious. So maybe they fixed that at least, but I don't know if they did, but... The howling continues. There's no way I can sleep like this. I can't sleep, but that's just normal. I'm sleepy, so I'll pass. Pulling the sheets over me, I stretch out on the bed. Da-da-da-da. The umus need to shut up. I think I just heard something. Half awake, I look at the clock. It's just past 2. It's been about 2 hours since I heard the dogs howling. The dogs howling has already stopped. The mansion is so quiet, I can hear the clock ticking in the silence. I hear it again. Inside the mansion from the lobby? Could it be a burglar? It's not impossible. The mansion's contents are outrageously valuable. On top of that, with no one here except Kohaku-san, Hisui, and Akiha and myself, it's very insecure. I get out of bed and slip out of the room quietly. Well, welcome, even if it's for a short time. I always care about how characters look. If they're ugly, I won't play it. It's just that simple. I don't like it, that's why I don't play Western games. Is this the H scenes? No. It's a burglar. Akiha and everyone will be in danger, so I can't let this one go. I'll just look down the second floor into the lobby. That should be safe enough. There's nothing wrong there. No, someone's there. The figure that enters from the entrance and crosses the lobby with wobbling, uncertain steps is Akiha? She's not going to her room on the second floor, but to the first floor of the West Wing. The only things there are Kohaku-san's room and my old man's room. What is she doing at this time of night? I can murmur all I want, but there won't be any answers forthcoming. Why does Netflix, without warning, cancel good animations like She-Ra? You like the She-Ra? Kipo the Age of Wonder Beasts, but Netflix is the only one. Disney, DuckTales, Nickelodeon, what? I can't say I have too much of an opinion on those particular shows. That Akiha sprite, she's looking for a midnight Kohaku boob snack. That's what she's going for, right? Well, she probably had something to do or went to see Kohaku-san. I feel bad about sneaking around and watching her, and I don't want to just ask her about everything that she does. Sleep, sleep, there's school tomorrow! I bury myself in my bed and close my eyes. As I fall asleep, my thoughts keep returning over and over to Akiha's hollowed-eyed figure in the lobby, and how something seemed wrong. Well, that's my point. The characters in Mass Effect aren't supposed to be ugly. At least not your main protagonist. Is that the David Tennant DuckTales? Good morning. I hear an unfamiliar voice. It's Hisui. Good morning. We gotta go to school. Been through this before. Hisui, do you remember about when I left here 8 years ago? Yes, I remember it. But was there anything special that happened? Anything special? Hisui? Please forgive me. 8 years has passed since you departed this mansion. So even if you speak of those times, I cannot answer with any specific details. What? Does she not remember the promise we made back then? Hisui, you don't remember about the ribbon? Ribbon? She looks downcast as she admits with difficulty that she does not remember. I see. That's right, it was 8 years ago. Sorry, it's nothing. Just forget about what I said. You know, Disney doesn't seem to, like, know what the fuck it's doing with anything right now, do they? She doesn't remember the promise, but it isn't anything I can hold against her. Even though it was maybe a childish promise, he really did help me to face forward into the future back then. Oh, we're getting a Darkwing Duck? Interesting. Well, time to get up. Hisui, do you know what time it is? Yes, it's now past 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, that leaves me just a little time then. Stretching my back, I get up out of bed. Man, Darkwing Duck is so fucking old. Like, when I was like a little baby, like I'm watching my home videos, you know? We had like, what is it, the Duckwing or whatever, his little airship thing. Like, we had that, we had Booster. Was his name Booster? I don't know if his name was Booster. Who the fuck was his name? The other guy. We had little toys of them in our, like, kitchen room floor. We were playing with those on... Man, that is so old. Disney is owned by ESPN? What? I never heard that, but that's weird. You say that, but you don't have much time. Ah, it's okay. I only eat bread and sprint out the door. Damn it, if you're gonna wake me up earlier. Launchpack! Jeez. Or was his name Launchpad? Or was it Launchpack? Fuck. You're right. You're right, Launchpad. God damn, yeah. Like, we are talking about, for me, like 29 years ago or something. Jesus. It's folded neatly and the shirt has even been ironed. Passing my wrists through the sleeves feels good. It's that fresh, brand new feeling. Akiha and Kohaku-san are relaxing in the sitting room. Akiha's wearing the uniform of the Asagami Ladies Academy, a famous school for young girls. They're drinking tea together gracefully, as if breakfast ended a long time ago. We are going to greet Kohaku. Yes, we are, because we are in Kohaku's route. Who'd have thunk? Who'd have thunk? Who's a 30-year-old MILF? What? Unrelated question, but Japanese bread isn't just a slice of bread they're talking about, is it? No, well, okay, here's the thing, yeah, when they refer to pan, you know, like anpan and yakisoba pan, those things, they're a little closer to sandwiches than they are. They're very fancy gourmet breads. They like bake things into it. Sometimes they'll like have like a hot dog in the bread or some cheese and other things. It's almost like a roll, more than it is like a slice of bread or a loaf of bread. So that's usually what they're talking about when they talk about bread, but they also have like standard loaves and they'll chop it up and get some toast. So they have that too. It just depends on what you're referring to. But like the stuff they buy at the cafeterias in most anime are like those fancy ones. It's like a nice bun sliced open and they pour like yakisoba into it or something like that. It depends. Because if you go to an Asian store, like an Asian market, you can usually find bread like that. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. I like the kind that have like cream fillings and chocolate and all that stuff. Yes. Indeed. In anpan, the famous one from Clannad, is like your basic sweetbread because red bean paste is like a staple flavor in most Japanese flavors of anything, like ice cream and other such things. Kind of like green tea and matcha. Morning, Kohaku-san. Today is a lovely day. Yes. Good morning, Shiki-san. Kohaku-san delivers her ordinary morning greeting with a smile on her face. Is there another 4-star Artoria? What do you mean? Did you sleep well last night? I was worried that you might be inconvenienced, staying in an unfamiliar mansion and all. No, there were no problems. I used to live here after all, and now that I've got you to watch over me, Kohaku-san. Oh, you're quite good at this, Shiki-san. Huh? No, I'm just saying what I think. What is it I'm good at? Kohaku-san just looks at me, smiling. Somehow I feel embarrassed when she looks directly at me, so I shift my gaze to the side. And then I realize another stare, one which has been on me silently for a while now. Nissan, why are you ignoring me? I give a light wave to greet her. Akiha continues to stare at me, or perhaps glare would be a better word. Well, good morning, Akiha. Oh, you don't have to force yourself to greet me. Please go right ahead and ignore me. After all, it seems you prefer to enjoy the morning with Kohaku. Akiha's words sting. It's not like I had intended to ignore her. I just said hello to Kohaku-san. Please don't tease Shiki-san too much, Akiha-sama. We don't have much time, and Shiki-san hasn't finished his breakfast yet. Well, that's Nissan's fault for waking up late, isn't it? He's just getting what he deserves for leaving everything to do in a rush in the morning. Akiha sniffs. It seems like my failure to greet her was another point she was unimpressed with, in addition to her objection to my late arrival. Kohaku-san, is my breakfast ready? Yes, I've laid it out in the dining hall. Please eat up at your leisure. Nice. That won't do, Kohaku. Nissan has no time to eat breakfast at this time. Hey, listen, Akiha. It's only 7, so I've got at least that much. It's an easy 30-minute walk from here to school, so I can make it easy for at least 10 minutes, can't I? Take it easy, sorry. Are you saying you're going to finish breakfast in just 10 minutes? You're not some starving dog, so if you eat breakfast, I'd like you to take your time. Akiha's words really do have thorns in them. Leave me alone, Akiha. Akiha-sama, it's almost time to leave, is that alright? I know, sheesh, don't be so worried about stuff like this on the first day. Muttering some complaints, Akiha stands up. Well, I must say goodbye. Nissan, you should apply yourself to your studies today. Akiha leaves the sitting room. Kohaku-san follows, seeing her off. Apply myself to my studies? She's quite ceremonious about trivial things in an old-fashioned kind of way. I guess it's because she's been disciplined under our old man from the last 8 years. Well, I'd have gone to school if I hadn't said anything. I scratched my cheek. There was something about Akiha's face as she left. Because of it, I paid no attention at all to her various admonishings this morning. Of course. I clapped my hands together. For some reason, Akiha's face then just seemed to resemble her face from long ago. After eating breakfast, Kohaku-san prepared. The breakfast she prepared, I exit into the lobby. Hisui was waiting there with my bag. Shiki-sama, have you enough time? Yeah, I should only be 20 minutes to school if I run. It's only 7:30, so should be fine even if I take the long way. Seeming satisfied with this answer, Hisui bows her head in assent. Then allow me to see you out. Huh? Oh yeah, thank you. I still feel terribly awkward having my own servant. Oh, Shiki-san, please wait just a moment. I gotta give you your stabby-stabby. Stabby-stabby time. Stabbity-stab-stab time. Everyone admire the stabby-stabber. Which would normally be a good time to go stab some Arcoade, but not in this route. We're at school, blah, school's boring. Satsuki is absent. We're gonna ask about her. Where the fuck did she go? Where did she go? Why is she absent? Teacher's like, deal, man. We're not gonna eat because Shiki likes being anorexic. He skips all his damn meals. Then he stabs people and he throws up because he's sick and tired of seeing it. Or he's shocked by it, rather. We made it through the day. We go home. We go to the mansion. To the door. Hey, you don't have to greet me at the gate each day. It's cold. Go in the room. Fine, I get it. I'll stay inside. Hisui goes whoosh in front of me. I'm very sneaky, sir. How do you expect me to open the door for you, let you walk past, and then somehow not beat you to the door to open the next one? Geez, Shiki, get with the program. What'd you miss? Nothing particular. Hisui? Yes, what is it, Shiki-sama? I said this yesterday already, but I'd like to do things that I can do by myself. Stop opening doors for me! I'm going to talk about the structure of the house. Go in the room. Akiha-sama is in the salon taking care of Makihisa-sama's business and inheritance matters. Ah, yes, yes. We have the opportunity to help out one of the girls. Change out of my uniform and into some normal clothes. We're gonna go help Kohaku-san because this is her route, yadoi. I'm not talking to you. Sorry, I heard Ari-chan go, what? From like far down the hallway. She's doing her IT work at the moment. That's right, she's been taking care of me since yesterday. So if I have time to fool around, then I should help Kohaku-san. I guess she's sweeping in the garden. If it's just sweeping the garden, even I could help with that. I psych myself up and head towards the garden. Oh, look at that. She looks so pleasant that way. She looks like her melty blood battle sprite. She's gonna mop the floor with your face! Oh, welcome back, Shiki-san. Kohaku-san faces me with a tender smile. Thanks. You're sweeping the garden by yourself? Yes. The gardener will not be here for another 3 days, so I thought I should just straighten up these fallen leaves. Oh, they definitely have homework in Japan. Oh boy, yeah they do. They sure do. They just don't focus on it because that would be kind of boring. Man, I hate homework. Homework is the devil. Kohaku-san holds the bamboo with both hands. She looks like she's really enjoying herself. Cleaning up this large area by herself should be quite a huge task. You're really something, Kohaku-san. I'd complain if I had to sweep this whole garden. Oh no, it isn't like that at all. This is my duty, so I have to do it to put food on the table. This is why I must push back my tears and sweep this garden. Kohaku-san laughs and gives a carefree smile. She certainly is cheerful. Besides, there are some things I do in the back courtyard, so when I'm not busy, I always check up on the garden. Huh? Things you do? Like what? Well, let's see. Ever since I was a child, I've liked growing flowers. I've gathered so many kinds of flowers on whim that it's more like a jungle than a flower bed. Kohaku-san laughs brightly once again. You got something to say?
No.
Just checking in. Oh, hi.
Well, actually, let me know when you're almost done, and I'll start making dinner.
Oh, okay.
It won't be for a while, but...
Yeah, it won't be for a while.
Yeah, just let me know. Because the curry's going to take about 45 minutes.
But I didn't know that. I rarely go back here, so I didn't realize it, but I guess I have seen something like a flower garden from the second floor. I see. You like gardening, Kohaku-san? What kind of flowers? Well, lots of kinds, but most of them are morning glories. Oh, morning glories? That seems like a fitting choice. Really? I always thought that they didn't quite match the mood of the mansion, though. No, not the mansion. I mean, they suit you well, Kohaku-san. Morning glories are so pretty in their simplicity. Shiki-san, I think you have the wrong idea. The ones in the garden are Korean morning glories. They're a bit dangerous. Ooh, you donated $20. Thank you, Eldridge. Nice. Heyo Dai asked Miss Dai if I can have curry too.
I'll shove it through the interwebs for you.
Yeah, I'll just like cream it through like what, my speaker or something. Oh, that'd be so gross.
Sending you warm curry thoughts.
It's packaged curry, which isn't bad.
It's golden curry. It's the only curry powder we have.
No, it's good stuff. It's just, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. You're awesome. Woo!
It's more like he super simped his vampire princess in order to become immortal. Kohaku-san laughs as if something was really funny. Is that so? But Korean morning glories are still morning glories, right? Yes. It's also known as crazy eggplant or datura. The flowers can be made into an anesthetic. The world's first general anesthetic. Tsusen-san was made in Japan with the Korean morning glories as its main active ingredient. Oh yes, she is doing much better. She is doing much better. Yup, that was more like just like a night and I guess some of the rest of the day kind of thing. She didn't sleep very well, so she was a bit groggle. Sorry, I gotta yawn. Gotta get it out. When you read this much, it takes a lot of oxygen, and I'm just like deprived. If you drink it by accident, it will cause dangerous hallucinations, so please be careful, Shiki-san. I don't really think I'd ever accidentally drink the flowers, Kohaku-san. I also wanted to grow some cactus and other cute things like that, but Akiha-sama was so vehemently against it, so I had to stop. It really is too bad that I tell you all these things, but cannot show them to you. Saying that, she takes up the broom again. I see. So you sweep the garden because you like flowers and stuff like that? No, that isn't really the reason. You know what? I still need to watch, what is the Castle of Cagliostro? That Lupin the Third one? The one that got released in 4K. Gosh, that's gonna look cool. I still need to watch that. I haven't actually watched any Lupin the Third straight through, ever. No, that isn't really the reason. Actually, I'm terrible at cleaning inside the mansion. I don't know why, but I always seem to break something. Huh. I seem to break or rip the most valuable thing in the room. Well, but I don't do it on purpose, right? But Hisui-chan told me, "Nei-san, maybe you should just stick to the family finances and cooking." How mean of her. Kohaku-san is still smiling while acting angry. But This is quite different from my first impression of her. You don't mean Kohaku-san, are you clumsy? My statement is more of a blurted outburst than a direct question. Kohaku-san groans in disappointment. You're saying it too, Shiki-san? Hisui-chan is too cruel and says, Nei-san, you are too slow, while Akiha-sama teases me and says, you are not being careful enough. I don't mess up because I want to. They're so mean. That's right. There really aren't too many people that mess up because they want to. I didn't know what to say, so I tried to be somewhat neutral. That's right. It's the thought that counts, so I think they should overlook it if I mess up 10 or 20 times. Kohaku-san starts quickly sweeping the leaves again. Should you roll for Saber this week? Which Saber are you talking about? Artoria? Is she coming up for another banner? If she doesn't get a rate up, I probably wouldn't do it. Yeah. Miyazaki done some Lupin stuff back then. Man, so I've been playing, what is it? Sorry, I just started playing East 9 last night. It's very good, although I'm pissed off that the very few costumes that I actually wanted to download, the DLC costumes, that were actually got like kind of midriffy outfits for two of the characters, were locked away by the digital releases exclusively. So even though I bought the game physically, those outfits weren't there. Thankfully, my brother also wanted a physical copy of the game, so I was able to buy mine digitally for the outfits, and then he can have the physical edition. But ideally, it just pisses me off. You should be allowed to buy the physical limited edition with all the cool physical trinkets, the most expensive version of the product, and get all of the DLC, or at least anything that's remotely exclusive, because that's you putting your money down and saying, I want the best version. But with NIS America, as of late, they've been releasing their damn games so that you can't do that. You have to, like, buy the game twice. They pulled the same shit for Fate Extella Link. You could get the Race Queen Artoria only on digital. They took my favorite outfit in the whole game and stuffed it behind a digital-only paywall. So I basically had to find a way to, like, buy the game twice. It was really annoying. And nowadays, I'm just not buying physical limited editions. It's like, just don't make it exclusive. I'll buy it. I'll buy all your damn DLC if it's a game I actually like. Anime JRPGs with sexy costumes. I'll buy the sexy costumes. I'll do it. I'll do it. Just don't make it exclusive. Oh, I got a spammer on my, How the hell? Oh, there we go. Got a spammer in my, Twitch chat. Swing that banhammer. Love your FGO lore vids, mate. Thank you. Unafraid. Yeah, I'll be doing more of those, for sure. I'm just trying to catch up on stuff right now. So, Salem is slated to go public towards the end of the month. Do I like Caster Coup? Not as much as Lancer Coup. Wicker Man is kind of funny. Dead or Alive is too ridiculous. Like, that's just too many costumes. They made the whole game just to make extra costumes for it and sell them externally. And they're like, hey, we can censor the game's base release and get all those horny dudes to pay up the ass. Did you watch Solar Opposites? No, I've never heard of it. Well, I didn't come here to get in her way. Kohaku-san, is there another broom? Yes, there are many in the shed. What are you going to use it for? No, I just thought I'd sweep up some leaves too. Kohaku-san's broom freezes. That will not do, Shiki-sama. If you were to do that, I would be in trouble. Get in trouble? Who would you get in? Well, I guess there really is only one person who would. Yes. Kohaku-san nods quickly. Don't worry about it. I'm doing it because I want to. So it's wrong for Akiha to complain. But apparently for Dead or Alive 6, they put even less detail into the character's anatomy, like their muscular structure, the character models, things like that, than they did on, you know, their previous releases like Dead or Alive 5 or Extreme 3, which is sad. I'm like, wait, what? Shouldn't you be making them sexier each time? In theory, you should. Otherwise, why make a new version of the game? I don't know. Their faces are always beautiful, though. If Akiha has any complaints, she'll have to blame me, not you. No, that is true. Isn't it? So relax. Besides, it's more fun if we both do it. Shiki-san, you do not seem to understand Lady Akiha. If you did that, she would get angry for another reason, I think. I don't get it, but you're saying she'll get angry whatever happens? That's it. So please do not worry about sweeping. Still smiling, Kohaku-san says this directly. Oh, no matter what happens, Akiha will get mad at you? Then I don't want to make any trouble for you. Sorry, forgive me for just being careless. No, you were not being careless. I'm very happy you wanted to help me. Even though she says that with her bright smile, I feel bad because I really did want to help her. Well, I haven't, dug deep into DOA 6, but to my knowledge, there's less actual geometry going on, say, the girl's midriff. And it's more, flattened out, and they just try to get away with, a texture. Even if it looks decent, I guess. Maybe it's not as ambitious as it was before, which is why would you retrograde that if you already were doing it really nicely? I don't know. I still think it looks nice, but if you're getting into that PC master race, those details start to matter. I sigh. Kohaku-san looks up at my face cheerfully. Shiki-san, did you really want to help me? Yeah, if it won't get you in trouble. Then shall we go somewhere else? Akiha-sama will find us here, so I think it's better if we sweep behind the mansion. Behind, in the backyard? Yes. Akiha-sama will never find us there, so we can sweep all we want. Here you go. Kohaku-san hands me the broom she had in her hands. I will go to the shed to get another broom, so please go ahead, Shiki-sama. Please don't let Hisui-chan or Akiha-sama spot you as you go, okay? Trot, trot, trot. Kohaku-san dashes with quick, light steps. She really looks like a mischievous child. Before I realize it, a grin creases my lips. Wait, is there a Mara in Fate Grand Order now? Because we know Shin Megami Tensei's Mara is the big dick monster on the dick chariot. I don't think console games are dying per se, but mobile games are obviously huge. I would love to play, what is that one? It's not Genshin Impact, it's that game that just had a promotional event with Asuka from Evangelion. Shit, why can't I remember its name? It's all sci-fi-y. Mara is Kama? Oh, that's weird. I wonder where the lore of the dick chariot comes in. Akiha and Hisui don't seem to be the joking type, so Kohaku-san's brightness is quite charming. Honkai Impact. God damn it, you're right. It's Impact. They both call them Impact, so no wonder I mixed them up. Yes, Honkai Third Impact or whatever. Looks like it would make an amazing console game, but I don't care to play it on mobile because mobile's not a... Yeah, it's just not getting me. I don't know how you're supposed to play that with frickin' phone. Alright, let's do this. Gripping the broom that Kohaku-san was using earlier, I covertly walked to the garden behind the mansion. It's after dinner, and we drink tea in the sitting room. Akiha sits across from me and Hisui stands by the wall. There's no such a thing as a TV in the room, and Akiha doesn't say much. Everything seems so high class. Shiki-san, can you come here for a moment? Kohaku-san's cheerful voice calls me from the lobby. I think, ultimately, something like Genshin Impact is the right way to do your mobile games, because they're mobile and on console at the same time. So, like, literally you could just choose whichever platform you want. Yes, Honkai Impact does have a Evangelion crossover. I just saw Asuka in her plug suit in an advertisement this morning. Nissan? Kohaku is calling you. Did you do anything to make her call for you? No, I don't remember anything. I'll be right back. I leave Akiha and Hisui behind and go to the lobby. Kohaku-san is pacing back and forth by the entrance. Kohaku-san, what are you doing? Ah, Shiki-san. Well, it's a little complicated. Can you please step outside with me? Here is not a good place. I don't understand what's going on, but I follow her anyway. You have something to tell me? Is it a secret or something? Yes. If Akiha-sama were to hear it, she would get mad at you, Shiki-san. Something Akiha would get mad over? What do you mean? I haven't done anything to make her mad. No, it isn't anything you did, but you know, while you were eating with Akiha-sama, a guest came to see you. Oh, right, Yumizuka. Yumizuka, we've already read this. We gotta find her in the city. Gotta find her in the city. Now, Genshin Impact is a game that I'd be, like, way the hell more into if it had just, like, the tiniest bit more sex appeal as well. Or at least to me, like, a character with a nice midriff that I was guaranteed to get without gacha, of course. Basically something like Arknights, but like 3D would be fucking badass. Arknights has that cool, like, street fashion kind of punk aesthetic that I really like. Rolling around at the speed of sound, got no place to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Don't turn around, have to keep moving on. Guess what lies ahead? Only one way to find out. Where the fuck is Yumizuka? Lisa has sex appeal? Let me look that shit up. Lisa, Genshin Impact. Image. Give me an image. Oh, she's okay. I'm not as much like the cleavage guy. I'm more of, again, like the midriff. Yeah, Sonic Adventure 2 I've got good memories of. We look at her, we spot her, we run into the alleyway. Yeah, we've already done all this before. I'm mostly a fan of, like, you know, the 90s Sonic stuff. I mean, I love Sonic Adventure. I feel like my, like, interest in Sonic probably died after Sonic Adventure 2. Like, right around Sonic Heroes. And then I'm just like, nah. Okay, this franchise has been milked dry. But I love the 2D ones. I think Sonic 3 and Knuckles, when you combine them together, is the best Sonic game, easily. Yeah, I like it. We're gonna go, we're gonna go look in the alley. We've already done this before. Yumizuka, we're gonna find out she be vamping. She be vamping, y'all. She be vamping. And she's covered in blood! Oh no! Mona, huh? Let me see here. Mona Genshin Impact. It's not quite. Hers is more of like the bodysuit aesthetic from the looks of it. But who did you just mention? Fischl? F-I-S-C-H-L. I mean, they're cute. They're all cute. But hers is, again, more of like a bodysuit type of thing. How far am I into the Valentine's event? I mean, I caught up with what they let me do so far, because it's time blocked. The only person I really need to get their chocolate from now is Bradamante, I believe. I even got Yume Ren's chocolate. Do you know what is A-OK YouTube channel, and do you watch it? I don't know that one. Before I realize that I'm back at the mansion, running away. Gotta throw up because I met a vampire girl. Shiki-san, you've returned? Ah, Kohaku-san. Kohaku-san emerges from the west hallway. That's right. Kohaku-san's room is in the west hallway on the first floor. Welcome back, Shiki-san. Did you get to meet your friend? Yeah, I met her. Wish I didn't. Sorry, I'm going back to my room, so please go back as well, Kohaku-san. I don't feel like talking with anyone right now. I'll leave Kohaku-san behind and go up the stairs. So why can't I sleep? I'm so dizzy right now, but why don't I pass out like always? Do you get something from giving chocolates to the servants? No, it's just for fun. It's just for fun. Those craft essences are pretty much only useful for the event itself, so... Hisui's come in. What's up, Hisui? Brought me some sleeping medicine, huh? Ah. Got approval from the doctor. This is all from the previous route. We'll zip on through here. Ah, we're starting to have the dreams. We're starting to have the dreams. Uh-oh. Shiki be killing in his dreams. We're starting to resonate with the murderings of the Satsuki. So we had a bad dream. I'm gonna praise Hisui for being there for us all the time, even though we're starting to suffer. What, did they screw you over? Dai, you make it sound like the Dark Hado? What, the vampire stuff and the dreams? I watched Street Fighter Assassin's Fist the other day with my family. Good morning, let's just get through the Satsuki stuff, then we can get into the real deal. Don't strain yourself. You had a nightmare. Don't worry, I'll go to school. We'll go to school. When are you gonna get home? Probably late. No point coming to school because you know she ain't there. We're gonna look for her at night. We're gonna look, and we're not gonna find her until much later. We're gonna go home to the mansion because we failed in our search, but then we're gonna leave again. Was it good? It's pretty good. They put a lot of love into it, I can definitely tell. Have I watched John Wick yet? No, I have not. How about Mashed YouTube channel? Mashed. That doesn't sound like one I'm familiar with. I've probably seen one of their things before. It's not ringing a bell, but I'm looking at their page right now and I'm just like, huh. We're gonna go out and we're gonna slay our friend Yumizuka Satsuki. We're gonna slay her. We pretend that we're going back to bed, but we're really not. Poor Yumizuka. We have to say that we like her. This is literally all stuff we've done before. Yes, I know Project Mouthwash. I sure do. We stab and we vanquish her after she takes the chomp out of us. She bit me in the neck, that bitch. We let her come closer, and then we stabby her. She wasn't able to control us because we already had an even stronger vampire fucking around with our emotions. Are you gonna do the plus disc as well? Maybe. I'll put it up to like a vote at that point. Door opens with a creak. She's like, what are you doing out this late? Please wait, Nissan. Yeah, I'm all bloody. She's gonna help me take care of my body. But I can't tell you. Mirabo Studios, don't they make the CG stuff? Yes, he's got that character who is, the girl who is mute, right? Or mute or deaf or whatever. She does the sign language. That character's cute as fuck. I like her. I like her a lot. The treatment was quite simple. I guess it was really not that bad to begin with. After applying some disinfectant, wrapping the wound in gauze. Thank you, sister. Ba-ba-ba-ba. I feel like Mirabo Studios, or Mirabo, I think it is, if you spell it like B-A-U or whatever, have amazing potential to make something like truly amazing, but they don't apply themselves enough. They make little tiny videos, and they're all like inside jokes. Like almost all their videos are inside jokes, which sometimes it works for the memes, but it would be cool to see something like a bit more ambitious out of them. Did I do the party scene? No, we did not. We did not do the party scene yet. Thanks, Akiha. Oh, but I'm being all tsundere sweet now. The fang wound on my neck. How do I explain that? Nissan, there's still blood flowing here. Her voice is terribly taut with strain. The grip of her hand on my shoulder becomes stronger. Her body stops in a position somewhere between touching mine and not. What should I do? We should stop the bleeding, right? Her voice sounds delirious. Akiha? I call her name while assailed by an unspeakable disquiet. You can post a link if it lets you. I don't know if it lets you. I feel a warm sensation along my neck. What? My voice fades away. Akiha's face is right next to mine. The sensation of rubbing. A contact. Wetness. Akiha? My numbed sense of reason can't grasp what's going on. A hesitating touch, hesitatingly touching tongue. The red tongue that fearfully touches my neck. Shaking. The shaking fingers that embrace me, the warmth of Akiha's body. Akiha is licking the blood dribbling down my neck. But it isn't really anything to be alarmed over. It's just like what you would do as a kid to stop the bleeding, but it feels so sweet. I can't say anything. Akiha must think the same way as she just, for no reason, brushes her teeth against my wound. Gobble gobble! All of a sudden, a sound comes from the lobby. Akiha pulls back. I'm so sorry, Nissan. Her face, a pure red, Akiha runs away. Left by myself in the sitting room, I reach up and touch my neck. Her warmth is still lingering there faintly. She didn't have to run away. I murmur to myself and shake my head, licking the wound like that. I did a lot of that as a child. I did that to Akiha and Hisui when they got hurt. But that's just an act from a childlike purity, only done as a child. Both of us grown up like this now and being of the opposite gender. We can't really use that method anymore. What is she doing? She was acting pretty strange. Well, I guess I'm also strange right now. As if in a dream, I can't recall exactly what happened. Even what Akiha and I just did, I feel like it'll all be a dream tomorrow morning. I reach my room. I lurch to my bed and collapse. Tiredness closes in around my brain. My exhaustion is more in my body than my mind. My body must be trying to halt everything in order to quickly heal its exertions. Before that, I take a deep breath and trace my fingers along my neck once more. I'm a little surprised. The 2 fang marks, the blood really was stopped by Akiha's lips. She done did the suck! Cradle garden. I wake up from a long sleep. The sunshine from the window looks closer to midday than morning. It must be because of how late I got back last night. It seems I overslept. Dragging myself up from bed, I look down at my hand. The sensation of how I stabbed Yumizuka remains. 2 nights ago, when I met Yumizuka and saw that hideous dream. If only yesterday was just a dream. But wishing it won't make it so. I have no clue why or how Yumizuka became a vampire, and I couldn't do anything to help her. No. Once Yumizuka had become like that, there was probably no way for anyone to help her. She was already dead. All I did was return that corpse somehow moving about as if it were a living thing back to being a dead body. That's the only way I can think of it. But still, please excuse me, Shiki-sama. With that voice I've become accustomed to, Hisui enters the room. Good morning, Shiki-sama. How are you feeling today? I slept well, so I don't feel bad at all. Is that so? Hearing that makes me feel very relieved. Even though she says that, I don't see her even relax her shoulders, or give any other indication of it. But I feel relieved as well. Because of what happened last night, the long night is over. Because I don't have to enter that unnatural world any longer, my heart can relax. Thanks, Hisui. You've always come to check up on me from early in the morning, right? Your concern means a lot to me. Not at all. It is my duty to be concerned with your welfare. There was a hint of happiness in Hisui's expression. Moreover, I feel like I've been somewhat rescued. While I've been sleeping in my bed like this, Hisui came as always to wake me up. Just with that trivial thing, I honestly feel like I've returned to my normal life. Shiki-sama, this is somewhat difficult for me to say, but... Can I... Difficult to say? If it's about me sleeping in till noon, I really can't do anything but apologize. No, that's not what I meant, but it's perhaps related to when you went to sleep. Hisui fidgets with her fingers as she struggles to come up with the right words. I did not say anything, but Akiha-sama found out about last night. Huh? About last night? What? I mean, when you left late last night, Shiki-sama. We know! She sucked my blood! She sucked my blood! Oh yeah, the syringes, man! Yeah, we have to get to that crazy part. I unconsciously turned my eyes away from her. I thought I'd managed to slip away undetected, but I should have known Hisui would still find out. The last Kohaku CG, huh? Interesting. She's in the sitting room and may be angry, so please be prepared. I don't know why she'd be angry. I gave her a taste of my blood. She'd be like, when can we do that again? Yes, there are syringes. We'll get to that. No, nothing like last night will happen again. Everything has ended last night. There won't be any phone calls anymore. Yes, it really has ended. I killed that bitch. No, just kidding. With these words, it truly is over. Yumizuka Satsuki is no more. The vampire skulking the streets has vanished. I, with my own hands, sent away a classmate who said she liked me for all eternity. Hisui looks at me with a painful expression on her face. Jeez, if Hisui is making that sort of face, then I must look terrible right now. Well, I should get up sooner than later. Hisui, is Akiha still here? She's an awfully busy person, so does she have that routine on her day off? Yes, she does have plans during her day off, but today she is still in the mansion. Oh, yeah? Well then, shitsure shimasu! She thirst, baby! Yes? What is it, Shiki-sama? Yeah, I forgot to say something. Thanks for coming to wake me up. big-ass sunflower? Nice. When we get to that CG, it's really noticeable. They scraped Yumizuka route for time constraints, and the CG shows this perfectly. Yeah? Yeah, maybe. I forgot what it looks like. I'll have to see. It's been a while. Well then, I should hurry up and change and head to the sitting room. In the sitting room, Akiha's on the sofa, Kohaku-san is keeping her company, and Hisui is standing by the wall. Good morning, 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 morning. Give me some breakfast. Yo, Akiha, good morning. She's gonna look all, anger. Akiha, last night was... Nissan, sleeping in this late, just what were you thinking? Sorry? Jeez, I'm not mad about that. It's your day off and you've chosen to sleep until now. It's your laziness that angers me. With a Akiha angrily turns her face away. Well, it may just be my imagination, but peevishly is a better word than angrily. Well, I couldn't help it. I got in late last night and my body was just tired. That is entirely your fault. Staying out until way past midnight. Just what kind of lifestyle did you manage to have when you lived with the Arimas, Nissan? I had a strict curfew there too. I wasn't allowed to leave at night and... Oh, so that's it. At the Arima's house you followed the rules, but you come here and then break them? In other words, you won't even follow my simplest request? In that case, I may have to resort to corporal punishment. Yes! Yes! How do I say this? She has to be joking, only she doesn't sound like she's kidding, and it's pretty frightening. Corporal punishment, Akiha? You're starting to frighten me. That was just an example. We've got a basement full of whips, you know. Staying up real late like that and just sleeping until you feel like getting up? Of course I should be very strict. Akiha gives an audible groan. I hate to admit it, but she is right. Besides, Nissan, shouldn't you let Hisui wake you up in the morning? We're gonna have this conversation. She's like, you gotta wake her up, and then she's like, no, I can't do that shit. It's impossible. Andy looks so fucking cute. Like he's dead. Hisui's kinda weird when she says that. Are you talking to yourself? I'm adding interjection dialogue for the sake of silliness. It's like he sleeps so soundly that I thought he was dead. I can't bear wake him, he's so cute. It's like, Hisui? I don't get it, I don't get it. Thanks for waiting. Shiki-san, breakfast is ready. Yes! Itadakimasu! And then we're gonna talk about the party. You prefer green tea, right? Kohaku-san places an after-meal cup of tea on the table beside me. Yeah, thanks. If you don't mind, then. No, not at all. This is your home, so please relax a little more. Kohaku-san must be trying to make me feel more comfortable here because she takes good care of me. Jeez, I'm thinking I'm already used to this place. Do I still look a little strained? Yeah, just a little bit. Your shoulders seem a little tense. I wouldn't say you should be like back then, but you certainly can relax a bit more. Kohaku, don't spoil him. Whatever. Huh. I'm a little surprised. Glance over at Hisui, she'd just be chillin'. May I be of service, Shiki-sama? Hisui realizes I was looking at her and asks me if there's anything she can do. Nah, it's nothing. I was just thinking that you're really calm. Yes, it's something that Makihisa-sama has taught to me. Bro, I just got back and the first thing I hear Dai-san says, a basement full of whips. Yes, you get that when you listen to me. I make everything at least 10% lewder than it's supposed to be. The answer is so distinct, I can't continue the conversation. Shiki-san, is it okay if I ask a question? Yeah, what is it? It seems like you left last night again, so I was wondering if you had some usual scheduled routine to take... Sorry. So I was wondering if you had some usual scheduled routine to take care of every night. No, I don't have anything like that. The past 2 days were just something special. I look over at Hisui. She just quietly watches over the two of us. It's alright, Kohaku-san. I won't go late at night anymore. Besides, I'm not a kid anymore, so it's not like there's any danger or anything. You know, for me, it's very strange. I don't normally care for femdom. Femdom is not normally my thing unless it's a female on, like, another effeminate dude, like a trap, or another girl. So yuri femdom. I like that stuff. Because if you're going to be staring at the dude, it helps if the dude has some degree of vulnerability, or if you find them attractive, because it's like, oh, okay. It's like Futanari, you're like, oh, that's not necessarily gay, it's just a chick with a dick. And, in fact, you could argue it's less gay, because that way you're watching a chick get a BJ as opposed to a guy getting a BJ or something. Just saying. Technically, you're still sticking to more of the female-oriented side of things, even if you're gonna have that organ in the process. So, I don't mind Astolfo being dommed by a woman, basically. Oh, are you still saying that sort of thing, Shiki-san? Hisui-chan, don't you feel the same way? It is as Ne-san says. Shiki-sama, you are the eldest of the Tono family, so please refrain from doing anything careless. See, even Hisui-chan is angry. You are anemic, so you shouldn't strain yourself, you know. I was told this by your personal physician, too, Shiki-san. Well, that's true, but it has nothing to do with what's going on late at night. If I can't walk by myself, I shouldn't go to school either, right? It does have something to do with it. During the day it is bright outside, and someone could help you, right? But at night, it's different. There's been all these vampire murders recently, so if you go outside and collapse, what do you think will happen? Hello there! What is it, Leoris97 over on Twitch? Welcome. Without thinking, my body shudders. Just hearing someone else use the word vampire like this really reminds me that it was Yumizuka killing those people. Yeah, we've had this anymore. Come on. I haven't heard anything about it. Thank you. Thank you for the luck on Tsukihime. There wasn't a victim from my class. Ah, Shiki-san, you didn't see the news this morning. Last night, they found a large quantity of blood from someone named Yumizuka Satsuki in an alley off the main street. The blood seems to have been there for a while, but from the amount of blood there, they say she is more than likely dead. My heart starts to throb violently. The fact that Yumizuka Satsuki is dead, I know that better than anyone else. But when they say that she's dead, it sounds like, you killed her, didn't you? To me. Ni-san? What's wrong? You're really pale. Nah, it's nothing. The mood starts to sink. Thanks to Hisui, my heart was able to be calm. But with just this conversation, I almost collapse. Who would you say is the biggest tsundere in FGO? I mean, obviously, someone like Adeshkigal or Reen would be close. My brain's not really tuned into that right now. If something comes up to my mind, I'd be like, oh, but I'm just not thinking it. Everyone, let's have a welcome party tonight. Just like that, Kohaku-san makes an announcement in a loud voice. But then again, we've got Jalter. I think Jalter is extremely tsundsun. So, yeah, I'll go with Jalter. Jalter's pretty crazy. I liked getting her chocolate last night, because it was a chocolate of her face, and then you tried it, and you said it tasted good, and she's like, "What? You think I taste good? How dare you?" Yeah, Ishtar and Ereshkigal. Reen faces. But definitely Jalter. I like how that pissed her off. Akiha and I say the same thing aloud, and even if Hisui tilts her head. A welcome party for Shiki-san! Everyone is here, and we haven't even celebrated Shiki-san's arrival yet. So tonight should be Shiki-san's welcome party. Right? Kohaku-san looks at me and smiles. Crap. Why are Hisui and Kohaku-san so able to read my feelings? Akiha-sama, is that acceptable? If you allow it, we can start the preparations right away. And technically, Yume Ren is like a hyper tsundere, but like in a, oh, I hate humanity, humanity's evil, I must destroy them all, to, I've got plenty of time on my hands, so I handmade you some chocolate, basically. Yes, Nissan has finally come back, and we haven't even done anything. I think it's a good idea, but Hisui, you agree, right? Yes. If it's acceptable to Shiki-sama, I do not think it will be a bad thing. The three of them turn to stare at me. We're gonna have a party. I'm in favor. I'm not about to turn down my own welcome party, am I? It's decided. Well then, I'll prepare the food. Hisui-chan, can you take care of my work today? That will be fine. Sweeping the lobby in the east building. Well then, I shall... What should I do, Kohaku? Akiha-sama and Shiki-san should rest in their rooms. I'll prepare dinner early to make time for the party, so if you have anything you need to do, please try and be done by then, okay? Kohaku-san goes into the kitchen, Hisui out to the courtyard. Well then, I'll go to my room. Is this a threesome? No. So what should I do? Help, Kohaku-san. Because she's so cute and menacing at the same time. And understandably so, of course. I don't think I can be that much help in cooking, but I'll go see Kohaku-san. The kitchen has already become a battlefield. On each other there is a mountain of ingredients. I get the urge to turn around and go back as soon as I enter. Is Breath of the Wild's Link a saber or an archer? He literally could be either. I think it's totally fair to give him either. Shiki-san, is there anything I can do for you? Kohaku-san peeks her head through. No, I was thinking that maybe I could help or something. But it seems like I've entered a world where I shouldn't be. Oh, that really helps. To tell the truth, I was thinking of going to ask you for some help. Really? But I don't have any cooking skills, so I'm unsure if I even can help. Not at all. It is something anyone can do. Come, please lend me a hand. Kohaku-san takes my hand and pulls me with her. Not really understanding what's going on, I end up helping Kohaku-san. After calming down a bit, I realize that the kitchen is actually pretty small for a mansion so large. They probably had a much bigger galley when there were many people living in the mansion, but with just Akiha, Hisui, Kohaku-san, and I, they had this smaller kitchen prepared. Here, please wash your hands and use this apron. I don't know which tastes this is a reflection of, but she hands me an apron that says, Quiet, unsociable person on it. I'll start you off with a simple task, Shiki-san. When it's all done, I have another task for you. Kohaku-san is in a good mood. First, I have to take the shells off of all these shrimp. Quick, quick, quick. The sound of a knife lightly hitting the cutting board. Kohaku-san's humming fills the kitchen. She must be immersed in cooking because she doesn't say much. As for me, I actually enjoy peeling the shrimp and keep on peeling the skin. You know, this really brings back memories. Before the incident, before I left the mansion, I played like this several times with Kohaku-san and Akiha. When we were young then, we didn't think about how we were the opposite gender. We were just in this spacious mansion, and all we knew was the continuous fun of every day. We played around so much, we forgot about all the things that bothered us before. Or maybe in order to forget about the bothersome past, we tried to pass our days with as much fun as possible. Shiki-san, you really have taken a liking to peeling those shrimp, haven't you? No, not really. Why do you ask? Because you look like you're having so much fun. You know Hisui-chan. Her eyebrows would always be so scrunched up by the time she gets done. Really? I'm surprised. She looks like the type that would do it without complaint. Yeah, for some reason, Hisui-chan is poor at cooking. But she is really great at cleaning and arranging things. Is that so? I always felt that both you and Hisui could do anything. If that was true, I would be very happy. But both Hisui-chan and I are merely normal, so we have our faults too. Hisui-chan's sense of taste is a little strange. So even when she makes things that she thinks are delicious, for Akiha-sama or I, it tastes really strange. I see, so that's why Hisui doesn't cook. Hisui's sense of taste is a little odd. Kohaku-san, what's her fault, I wonder? Well, come to think of it, you and Hisui are different in your own ways. Kohaku-san, you were always cheerful, while Hisui stayed in the mansion back then. Oh, did I look that cheerful? I thought I was always watching you all, though. Yeah, I remember. You would always run around with us, but you would just tell us to stop doing dangerous things and look out for us. Oh, I really do remember. Playing tag in the courtyard of the mansion. Trying as hard as we could to catch my old man's carp in the pond. Hey, remember that time? The time when we left the mansion from the gate, right? We didn't know the way to get back and ended up calling the mansion, and one of the mansion's servants had to come pick us up. Yes, and after that, Makihisa-sama really did yell at you. Everyone was playing with you, but somehow you ended up being the only one. We did so many things, but in the end, you always saved Akiha-sama and me from getting in trouble. She giggles as she speaks aloud, nostalgically. What's this? Talking about old times? I really feel I have returned now. That's right. I really don't have many memories of this mansion, but talking about the old times honestly makes me feel nostalgic. But my memories aren't just happy ones. But I did treat Hisui poorly. That girl who was always in the corner of my heart. In the end, I was never able to have a true conversation with that girl by the window. That girl, she was always watching us from the window. Always, it struck me. That lonely face looking down, I always thought it would be great if she could come and play. But still, before I left the mansion, she gave me that one parting gift. That's right. She was always shy even then, so I never knew what she was thinking. I always thought if Hisui-chan was happy, it wouldn't matter what happened to me. Oh? Kohaku-san, you really are a good older sister. I'm feeling happy, so I give her an answer like that. Ah. All of a sudden, with a short-handed sound, Kohaku-san lifts her hand. I can see her cut finger with the kitchen knife. Kohaku-san, your finger! Huh? After I say that, she seems to have realized she cut her finger. Oh, that's true. That's true? Hey, Kohaku-san! I don't believe this. Even I can see that cut is really deep, but Kohaku-san is still slow-paced. How embarrassing. How am I supposed to be such a good chef? Mrs. Butterfingers. Kohaku-san gives me her normal laugh. This is no laughing matter. We have to take care of it right away. It's fine. It isn't life-threatening or anything. But doesn't it hurt? It cut pretty bad. No, not at all. If I think it doesn't hurt, then it won't hurt. If I think this isn't my finger, and that it's just the finger of some doll, then I won't feel pain, right? What? With a gentle smile, Kohaku says something pretty outlandish. Well, I'm sure if you think of it that way, it won't hurt as much, but you can't get rid of it at all. Or all of it. Look, let's just get it taken care of. I'm a little weak when it comes to blood, so if I have an anemic fit right here, it'll be your fault, Kohaku-san. I see then. I should take care of it right away. Well then, Shiki-san, excuse me for a moment. The whole time she never cracks, and giving me a bow with her head, she leaves the kitchen. Bum 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 bum, bum 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 bum, ba-da-bum. Well then, a toast to Shiki-san's homecoming. Everyone please take whatever you would like to drink. Kohaku lines up drinks in front of us, with a full smile entirely free of malice. Most of the drinks didn't happen to be juice or anything, but properly alcoholic beverages. Akiha. What is it, Nissan? There's a gurgling as Akiha fills her glass with a tawny liquid, then adds a little orange juice. That wouldn't be whiskey, would it? It would. Is there something wrong? It would? Akiha? Aren't we all too young to be drinking? This is your welcoming party. We have to have alcohol, don't we? Or Nissan, you're weak when it comes to alcohol? Akiha seems somehow delighted. Hisui-chan, that's unusual. Not juice today? Seeming a little shy, Hisui silently pours wine into her glass. See, Nissan, even Hisui is drinking. Surely you don't intend to be the only one drinking juice. Jeez, you really want to get the most out of this party, don't you, Akiha? Yes, I don't usually like parties, but today's an exception. Well, it can't be helped. A lot of alcohol isn't good for my body, but a little bit should be okay. The weakest drink laid out on the table is the wine, it looks like. Well then, everyone, raise your glasses, please. Cheers! With a clash, our glasses come together. Kanpai! Kohaku tosses hers down in a single gulp. Akiha takes her time, and Hisui sips hers quietly. Oh man, I'm not responsible for this. The drinking continues. I don't know how this happened, but it looks like the Tono-shiki welcome party has turned into just a drinking party. Akiha might be used to drinking, as she gulps down her glass as if she's drinking water. Kohaku-san slowly drinks with Akiha while refilling Akiha's cup. Seeing that their faces still look normal, I guess they don't show drunkenness on their faces. Incidentally, Hisui sits on the couch dizzily after drinking just one sip. Akiha really has quite a lot of tolerance. Looking at the smiling Akiha and Kohaku-san, I gulp down my glass. It is just water, as I only drink a mouthful of alcohol during the toast. I take a bite of the smoked salmon on the table. It is exquisite. The Tono house, even for the snacks, are first class. Even though there might be a lot of problems, it is pretty enjoyable right now. To be blunt, Akiha and Kohaku-san's conversation is outright boring. It's as if they were just discussing how the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Despite that, it all seems rather charming seeing them laughing at those kind of conversations. On the other hand, Hisui is holding the glass she used during the toast and gazing vacantly. Whenever I look away from Hisui, the glass becomes a little more empty. She seems to be enjoying herself too. I sneak another bite of food. I'm pretty weak against alcohol, so I prefer to eat the finger food instead. And... what happened? Akiha stands up and walks over to me. Nissan, you've only been eating. You aren't going to drink any? Akiha looks at me a little dissatisfied. Now look, I don't care if you get drunk, but you shouldn't try to make others drink at your pace. I'm not used to drinking a lot, so... if you want to drink with someone, Kohaku-san can. I try to point over to Kohaku-san, but she isn't there. It seems she went to go get some more alcohol from the kitchen. Hi, Kana. What is this? Peanut butter on an apple?
Yes.
Yum. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Peanut butter on an apple.
And my dog is super happy. She loves fruit.
You got some too, don't worry.
She likes her fruits and her veggies. I mean, she's not vegan. She just eats everything. In fact, one time for her birthday, we gave my dog a big old burger. We made her a nice burger, and she pretty much inhaled it. I think it lasted maybe like 5 seconds. Can we hear my dog? She doesn't always bark on command. Usually she gets all excited when she's jealous or wanting to go out or something. The Catherine bar scene music. Oh yeah. Well, excuse me, princess. She goes row, 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 row in the morning. It's so fucking cute. She's like row. It's like the sweetest, strangest little noises she makes when we're gonna take her out, but we're running a little behind and we're being slow and she's trying to rush us along. She's just that excited. I'm not the slightest bit drunk. Raising her glass with one hand, Akiha leans forward. I see. Since Kohaku-san isn't here, I guess she's messing with me since she has no one to talk to. Kohaku doesn't have anything to do with this. We are talking about why you are not drinking. Does my dog do any funny tricks? Yes, she do. I wish I could switch to the webcam without completely turning off my avatar software. Maybe at the end of the stream I can do some tricks for her. Yeah. If you can remind me at the end of the stream, I'll switch to webcam temporarily. Well, I have been drinking. That's a lie. I haven't had a chance to pour you anything. I was drinking so that you could relax, but all you've been doing is munching away at the food Kohaku made. You haven't even had one glass, right? Akiha pouts. Is it just me, or is she a little unsteady? Akiha, I just have to ask, are you drunk? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not drunk at all. You'll be dead drunk long before I will. You are dead drunk. Hurry up and finish your glass. I will listen to whatever you have to say when you are done. She points commandingly at my glass. Except her finger is wobbling all over. Akiha, I've said this before, but you really are drunk. Sheesh! You really are persistent! I told you I'm not drunk! Akiha yells and wobbles back, falls over the table, breaks a vase, and injures her skull. So what part of that isn't being drunk? Oh well, have a seat. We can chat a bit, I suppose. I pat the sofa next to me. Yes, I'll sit. Akiha sits down on the sofa. I don't know where all her bossiness disappeared to, but she just meekly sits down. For some reason, I suddenly don't feel comfortable. Resigned, I pick up my glass. I take a light gulp. The unfamiliar alcohol burns my throat. It doesn't taste good at all. I feel the ground dip beneath me as if I was feeling dizzy from my anemia. But I can't say this feels bad either. I might as well just finish it off, so I down the rest of it. I'm surprised. You may have said differently before, but you sure seem to like drinking, Nissan. What do you mean? I'm not a big drinker or anything. It doesn't look like it. You were drinking that rather happily. Akiha leans over and takes a bottle from the table. I'll water it down, but do you have any other preferences? Akiha pours me some whiskey without asking. Common sense demands that I stop her. But she seems so happy I throw aside my thoughts of common sense. Uh-oh. Please water it down a lot, otherwise I won't be able to drink it. As you say. Well then let's start, shall we? Akiha happily fills my glass. Man, I don't even drink this much when I'm with Arihiko. I lean back on the sofa. I down the glass with my neck, tilted so far back that I can see the ceiling. I drink what Akiha poured me slowly without letting my mouth go from the glass. Ugh. Well, are you satisfied, princess? I place the empty glass on the table. That's the way to do it. I have to take points off for not drinking it fast, but it's still a passing grade. You're pretty strict. That was my new record, you know. You told me to drink it, so I pushed myself. Really? This is pretty rare, you keeping me company like this, Nissan. She chuckles. Pouring herself another glass, she downs it. My heart beats loudly at the sight of her face. She looks so mature when she's drinking. She closes her eyes and tilts her head back. Seeing her white throat voluptuously gulp down the alcohol, I forget about being drunk. Ah. Akiha lets out a deep breath. The glass is empty. She says under her breath that's something to the effect that it's delicious. What is it, Nissan? Is there something on my face? Nothing. It's nothing. Without thinking, I pick up my glass. Another one? This time, we'll have something a little stronger. Akiha fills up the glass again. I didn't really want another glass, but I suppose it won't hurt. Trying to imitate Akiha, I drink it all in one gulp. It wasn't that much alcohol, but I shouldn't have drank it all that fast. My head starts to spin and I fall back on the sofa. Nissan, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I just got a little dizzy, but I'm not drunk. I think I'll rest for a little bit. You go ahead and have fun. Laying back on the sofa, I stare aimlessly at the ceiling. Even though I feel completely drained, I feel incredibly good. I'm sorry I forced you to drink too much. Akiha's voice sounds very sad. No, maybe it was a little much, but it feels good. I drank because you drank it so deliciously. I guess the result is alright though. So go ahead and keep drinking. Once I settle down, I'll join you again. Okay, if you say so. I will wait until you are done. I hear the sound of something pouring. As expected, she pours another glass and drinks it. That's odd. This isn't anything much, but I feel incredibly relaxed here. Alright. Taking a breath, I get up from the sofa. Nissan, are you feeling better? I'm fine. I'll keep you company a little bit more. I give her my glass. Smiling, she pours me another drink. This time, I decide to drink at my own pace. Yes, good night. Time passes by. Hisui has fallen asleep on the sofa. Kohaku-san never did come back from the kitchen. The only ones still moving are me and Akiha, and I'm pretty drunk, so I wouldn't necessarily call myself moving about. But still, I want to keep Akiha company until Kohaku-san returns. Yeah, that guy in the opening has different colored hair. He looks like a different character entirely. We'll have to find out. Nissan, you are very kind today. Akiha says this suddenly in a small voice. Huh? Kind? Me? Yes. Normally you're a very cold person. Acting kind like this is very rare, isn't it? Really? I don't really know, but maybe I am cold. Oh, Nissan, you don't understand yourself very well. You're a very kind person, but at the same time, you're very cold. Because you make no distinction between people. You don't have anyone that you like the most, no matter if you hate them or like them. Can we hear your cat hiss? I'm not gonna make my cat hiss. Hissing isn't a happy sound, but if he gets hungry around dinner time, he starts meowing, so maybe you'll hear that. Where can you play this? You know, there is a website called, like, Eroge Downloads, I think it is, that has, the English version of this all ready for you to download. I think that's how it be. Nissan, you like and forgive everyone. But that is very cruel to the people who want to be closest to you. For you, everyone's the same. Me, Kohaku, Hisui, we're all the same for you. That isn't kindness. Like an old dog that knows its time of death is near, you simply don't want to leave anything behind. You were like that back then, but now, how do you say it? You seem very dangerous, and that makes me uneasy. Akiha continues to speak, almost as if she was thinking aloud. Her glass is empty. She doesn't fill it, and her quiet voice echoes in the air. Hey, I just thought that you were maybe inconsiderate and very lonely. I was just thinking something stupid like that. There isn't anyone you hold dearest in your heart. Maybe you lost that person a long time ago. Back then, I thought that if you just liked me, that would be fine. At least there wasn't anyone you liked the most, so that was good enough. But now it is... Thank you for waiting. More food and more drink. With a smile, Kohaku-san returns. Ah! Akiha suddenly swallows her words with a sigh, pours herself more to drink. Hey, Nissan, please drink some more as well. It's just me drinking now. Taking a bottle that Kohaku-san brought, she pours some more drink into my glass. No, I've had enough. I've had twice as much as normal, so please let me pass on this one. If I do drink more, I really will end up in bad shape. What are you saying? You haven't even had a bottle yet. It's way too early to say you've had enough. You said you'd drink with me, right? Come on, she says and holds out my glass. But I really am at my limit. Peer pressure! Now, Akiha-sama. You do have to realize that Shiki-san does not have the same tolerance as you do, Akiha-sama. Shiki-san, you should say no or you'll be in trouble. Akiha-sama doesn't get drunk no matter how much she drinks. So if you keep drinking with her until she's happy, you'll end up drinking till dawn. Wait a minute, Kohaku. You make me sound like I'm sort of an alcoholic. So an alcoholic gets drunk again and again and again, and still keeps doing it even after causing a scene and being bad. Angrily, Akiha takes another drink. Even though she drank a lot, it seems like that's her first glass. No matter what Akiha says, Kohaku-san seems to be right. Sorry, Akiha, I really have to stop now. You know my doctor says I shouldn't drink too much, right? Or at all. Akiha descends into an apologetic silence. That is true. Don't look so sad. I can still keep you company while you're done until you're done drinking. How's that? She nods, but doesn't quite look satisfied. Well then, I will pour your drinks, Akiha-sama. See, Shiki-san is still there, so isn't everything okay, Akiha-sama? I guess. Certainly having Nissan keep me company is rare enough. I will let it go this time. Akiha holds out her glass to Kohaku-san. Smiling, Kohaku-san serves Akiha another drink, who starts to sip it slowly. It's gotten pretty late. Hisui woke up eventually and we talked about unimportant things. It's probably the fault of the alcohol, but I don't remember what we talked about at all. Just meaningless, warm conversation. Because I wasn't used to that kind of stuff, I settled into an insecure comfort, like hanging from a silken thread. It's probably because of that. On one hand, I thought it would be nice for this to continue, but on the other, I wanted a little time to myself. Lion Saber is adorbs. And all of a sudden, Nissan, with eyes full of anxiety, looks up at me. What is it? Are you feeling okay, Akiha? No, that's not it. I just got uneasy all of a sudden. Hey, Nissan, you won't go away again, will you? No. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I've decided to stay here for now. At least until I've finished school, and until it seems that Akiha can manage by herself. But that would imply that I would leave sometime. Stop, I don't want to hear those words. This is your house, so no matter what happens, it's best for you to live here, right? After saying this, she downs her glass, an amazing sight. As if drinking down her uneasiness, she empties her glass. Her cheeks are finally flushed, showing that she has a buzz. Akiha sighs. Why do you always make me feel so uneasy, Nissan? She must be drunk as she stares at me blankly. Seeing that, my heart starts to beat faster for no reason. Are you listening? As long as you're here, I am fine, but... You always... Her eyes look straight ahead. Her cheeks are red, and her eyes are glazed. This all seems very erotic. Maybe it's because I'm drunk as well. She is my sister, so why? Akiha... Nissan, I feel... strange. She speaks aimlessly as if she was someone else. If she keeps this up, Akiha-sama, your glass is empty. I'll pour you some more, okay? Yeah, thanks, Kohaku. Kohaku-san pours her another drink, which she downs promptly. And then... all of a sudden, Akiha looks very serious. Akiha? That's odd. I seem to be drunk. She massages her temple with her fingers. Seems to be drunk. You've been drunk for quite a while. What are you saying? I'm drunk, so of course I won't make sense. She places her hand on the table quickly. That's strange, I just got started. Saying that, she collapses toward me. Hey, Akiha! What are you... That is pretty obvious, though. Hey! There's no response. Her breathing tells me that she's happily asleep. Huh? This is rare indeed. I have not seen Akiha drunk in years. Kohaku-san smiles amusedly. Just how young were you guys drinking? Jesus. Kohaku-san. What do you mean? Oh, sorry, Kohaku-san, what do you mean? Well, Akiha-sama does not usually get drunk, but when she drinks over a certain limit, I guess all the alcohol hits her, and she falls asleep. So for Akiha-sama, being drunk is the same as going to sleep. I don't know if that's good or bad, but if Akiha-sama got drunk like most people, wouldn't that be scary? Ooh, you've got a little kitty. He's not gonna make noise necessarily, but...
No, I have to give him some tuna to be quiet down.
You gave the kitty some tuna?
Kinda got some peanut butter.
You guys are having a good day. Because you're having a wonderful day with Mommy. And you've got tomorrow off, right?
I do!
Oh yeah. We should celebrate.
Tension is very happy. He will not be.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to hear purring with the microphone.
Yeah. Around dinner, though. It's like,
I mean, if you're falling asleep, the party has gone from hot to done. Technically. I don't know if that's good or bad. Oh wait, we already read that. Could you imagine a raging Akiha-sama? Rampaging Akiha-sama is a thing, and it's called Melty Blood, and I fucking hate it. You guys can go back and watch my Let's Play. I think it was the live stream back then, too, of Melty Blood. And man, friggin' Akiha, giant Akiha, kicked my ass. Again and again and again. I think that was, like, harder than the final boss. Deciding not to answer, I look at Akiha's sleeping face. Akiha is sleeping contentedly. She's leaning with her whole body up against mine. I can feel her breathing and body warmth. I remember that strange feeling I felt before. She must have been completely drunk because she seemed like a totally different person. I can't deny that I was utterly flustered. Having her sleep so contently against me puts me in a daze. Without a doubt, she is very beautiful. I couldn't believe she was my sister when I met her after 8 years. But that doesn't mean anything. All I can think is that looking at her resting up against me is a good thing. Without a doubt, she is my sister. One of the reasons I came back to the mansion was to protect Akiha. Shiki-sama, if Akiha sleeps like that, I believe she might catch a cold. That's right. It is October, so we shouldn't let our guard down. I will take Akiha-sama up to her room. Is it necessary, story-wise, to play Kagetsu Toya before Melty Blood? Not really. Though, in theory, I would assume Kagetsu Toya happens before Melty Blood, though. How's Valentine's in your Caldea? The voice dialogue? Yes, it's fun. It's fun getting to, like, redo all the old chocolate scenes, this time with voices. I like it. That's definitely the highlight for me, because the event itself, the cursed books and all that shit, I'm like, I don't have time to follow this at all. Like, if I do that, I'm never gonna get Salem done. So I skip most of the event stories. Hisui hoists Akiha over her shoulders and exits the room. The only ones left are me and Kohaku-san. Of course, unless it's summer. The summer events are the best. Wait a second. These streams are supposed to go for 4 hours, but my clock is saying 5 o'clock. Is my clock wrong? No. How the fuck is it? Huh? Oh, right, because I stopped the live stream midway. My counter is off. Sorry. Well, if Akiha-sama is asleep, then we should end this party. I will take care of tidying things up, so please return to your room, Shiki-san. So yeah, we've got 1 more hour left of today's stream. Yes. I nod. I really do want to help, but I'm a little too drunk for that. If I helped in this condition, I'd probably just get in the way. Sorry, Kohaku-san. Please, take care of things. Just leave it to me, please. Good night, Shiki-san. I go out to the courtyard to clear my head of some alcohol. The breeze is a little cool, so it feels good against my hot skin. This is bad. I really did drink too much. All that drinking gave me headaches, and I start to feel a little dizzy. I'll probably have some nightmares tonight. Well, that's just something I have to face after drinking. Akiha seemed really happy tonight. 1 or 2 nightmares and a small price to pay for that. No, I can't do more of that today. I've got a lot to work on today. I cannot do it. I cannot. Sitting down on a chair, I take a deep breath. The night breeze blows against my skin. There was nothing but silence. All the other houses are far from the Tono mansion. Doing this, I feel like I'm in a mansion in the middle of the woods, and I almost forget that I'm a normal student. An empty, weak atmosphere. A soundless scenery of stagnation. The small fragment of memory about a garden. There's no one there. No father to yell at us, no one to tie us down and lock us away. Or even that person who curses Tono Shiki. A long time ago, it all wore away, declining into something worthless. Thinking about these rambling ideas, my eyelids start to droop more and more. Shiki-san, if you sleep there, you'll catch a cold. And that voice jars me from my sleepiness. I am sorry, Shiki-san. I guess it would have been better if you didn't drink anything tonight. Kohaku says this with her unusual smile looking at me. It seems that Kohaku-san must have guessed I came here to cool off. I guess I got a little carried away. Not thinking about your health, I forced you to do too much. It was very tough, wasn't it? Kohaku-san apologetically keeps her distance. What is this? This doesn't seem like the normal cheery Kohaku-san. Best gift chocolates you got? I mean, from my favorite waifus, but yeah, I like the Mordred ones, even though she didn't make them for me. Because Mordred's adorbs. I do like the Jalter one, that one's funny as hell. It was my decision to drink, so she shouldn't feel bad about it. Geez, this isn't like you at all, Kohaku-san. I look at Kohaku-san, but she is still looking apologetic, so I sleepily gaze into the forest. It wasn't tough at all. Akiha was so happy, and it was fun. Kohaku-san, you're just thinking about it too much. Staring blankly into the forest, I try to make my voice soft and as gentle as possible. A brief silence ensues. Suddenly, like a rabbit poking its head out of a bush, Kohaku-san comes into view. Aw, it's pretty. Pretty! Very pretty. Kohaku-san? Ah, so you are awake, Shiki-san. You got so quiet all of a sudden, I thought you fell asleep. She says this, scolding me. It sounds like she wants to tell me that I shouldn't sleep here. I'm fine, Kohaku-san. I'm awake, so don't worry. I'll go back to my room once I'm done cooling off, so you can go back inside. I refuse. I wanted to cool off as well, so I will keep you company until you are done. With her usual smile, Kohaku-san looks longingly at the falling leaves in the forest. Well, if you feel like it, then that's fine, Kohaku-san. Since regular Mordred handed you a piece of chocolate that she already bit, does that mean she gives you an indirect kiss? Maybe. Kohaku-san doesn't answer, and she walks over the leaves, which crinkle as she takes each step. Silence ensues again. Thanks, Kohaku-san. It was really fun today. I really do mean it. What do you mean? Today wasn't something you should thank us for. Maybe, but it was really fun. Come to think of it, it was the first time we did something like that, and I finally felt like part of the family. It isn't like we do things like that when, It isn't like we didn't do things like that when I stayed at the Arimas. It's just that when I lived there, I didn't ever want to be a bother, and I couldn't concentrate on having fun like today. Family? Tilting her head to the side, she asks in a soft voice. For a very brief instant, it looked like Kohaku-san removed her usual mask. Returns to her usual self. But Shiki-san, as long as you stay at the mansion, you won't ever have the family you are dreaming about. All your relatives shun you, and your only ally is Akiha-sama. That means your life here will be very painful. What she says is correct. 8 years ago, I was treated badly enough to get me out of this house. So it's natural that they still think badly of me. Well, I'm prepared for that, but it doesn't really matter. Akiha put up with it for 8 years. I'm her big brother, so I should be able to put up with it easily. Those 8 years, since she was little, Akiha had to endure a very strict upbringing. Compared to that, my relatives disliking me really isn't that much. I see. Akiha-sama is really lucky, having a brother that thinks so much of her. I don't know. I don't think I'm a good brother to Akiha. Still smiling, she continues to giggle. Seeing her laugh so much makes me a little embarrassed. But that is strange, thinking only of Akiha-sama and not thinking of yourself like that. Huh? You too have led a bad life. Being disinherited and sent away. There had to have been some hard times for you too. And when you finally start to really get along with the Arima family, you come back here. You were made to leave a normal family that suited you the most, due to a mere whim of the Tono house. I don't even know how to respond. That morning 3 days ago, I remember the face of Keiko-san standing in the doorway as we parted. I didn't want to see that always steadfast person smile so sadly. Like Kohaku-san said, I left a big part of me behind that was attached to them when I left. See, Shiki-san? Don't tell me that you've never thought of that? No, that's something I shouldn't think about. Kohaku-san, why are you... I wanted to ask her why she was bringing all of this up now. I wanted Kohaku-san, Akiha, and Hisui to think I came back here because I wanted to. Shiki-san, I hear her voice. I can't ignore her voice, so I look up. You know it too. You would have been happier staying with the Arima family. That. But why is she... Why? Why did you come back to the mansion now, when there is only unhappiness waiting for you here? Why is she saying that, with an almost crying face? I can't answer. I just stare at Kohaku-san, as if it was some sort of trance. You're mean asking me to talk about such difficult things. I'm sorry. I guess I must be drunk as well. Saying such things, there must be something wrong with me. She's smiling. Smiling like that, it makes it seem like she didn't even ask me something so serious. Kohaku-san, about that subject earlier, isn't it natural for me to come back here to my own home? I couldn't leave Akiha all alone, and I couldn't burden the Arimas forever. So that is your reason for coming back? Kohaku-san seems like she understands, but that's a lie. There is another reason, something more important than Akiha. Shiki-san, what is it? Oh, it's different, Kohaku-san. Really, there is another important reason. Really? Does that mean it's a secret? I don't know. It isn't that it's a secret, but it's an important memory I have that I don't want to talk about. I borrowed something when I was left here, so I came back to return it. Oh, look at that face. She's like, what? You mean you remember? You don't remember me, but you remember it. But it seems like Hisui doesn't remember it, though. I get up from the chair. I've cooled down, so I'm going back to my room. Raising a hand, I exit the courtyard. Kohaku-san just looks at me dumbstruck. She's like, is this the time? Is this the moment? Will you finally remember me, Shiki-sama? Nope. Damn it, Shiki! This is why you don't get drunk. I collapse on the bed. It's probably the fault of the alcohol as I start to feel very sleepy. It's probably because I said those words to Kohaku-san. I start to think about the promise I made 8 years ago. You can never come back to this mansion ever again. I still remember the time when my father said those words to me, and my feelings as I left my room. That time when I realized that I would be all alone, just like I was before I met Sensei. Not being able to keep my promise with Sensei, I guess I became empty inside. That time, the girl I spoke with only once. That was my only saving grace. I don't know what kind of magic was in those words. Give it back, okay? Just those words. But to me, those words meant so much back then. I always thought those words were important. Well, it seems that Hisui forgot she ever had said them, though. Oh well, it can't be helped. It was just a promise we made as children. It is a shame, but it can't really be helped. 8 years is a long time. Actually, remembering a promise from your childhood is stranger than forgetting it, I suppose. Well, I should sleep. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes. I sink into a deep sleep. I feel the heat and my body wakes. Roasting. My throat is burning. My blood is evaporating. The roasting must be leaving scars all over. Roasting. I can't think clearly. I feel the dirty presence of someone else in my room. Burning. I decide to leave my room. Dun 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 dun. The clock says it's past midnight. The burning won't stop. Confusion. Thumpity thump thump thumpity thump thump, my heart pounds. Sexual excitement. The whole world pulsates in unison. Delusion. Burning. Crimson. Fuel tube. Exploding. Multiplying. The black wings of insects. It's as if my eyes, blood of mad desire, have a pulse. Type. Different death. I enter the darkness. My exploding heart scourges me forward. More and more. The beating that makes my existence pale in comparison. My heart doubles, burning my single body with their fierce pulsation. Now it's time to fulfill her wish. And then, there were corpses of strangers in front of me. 1, 2, 3 people. I count aloud. I point out each one with my finger. My red finger. No. Both of my hands seem painted red. Of course, there isn't any paint anywhere around me. The only thing here is the flayed spaghetti, with meat sauce, of course, of 3 dead bodies. On the ground is my knife, engraved with Nanatsu Yoru. This means it doesn't even require thought. I did this. I pick up my knife. I can't believe it, but what's done is done. Now that I realize it, my once burning body has cooled down. Now that I'm done, I should go back to the mansion. Someone's coming. Someone comes down the pathway. Great. This place is already overflowing with spaghetti, and now I have to make some more meat sauce on top of that. The footsteps approach. Happy birthday! The dark shadows become a little clearer. I grip my knife. That shadow enters the alley. King! The sound of metal clashing. I can't believe it. Without any indication at all, that shadow totally intercepted my attack. The enemy also uses a knife. Our attacks cancel each other's fatal strikes to the throat. That's surprising. Our voices overlap in the darkness. We both put away our knives at the same time. I didn't expect to see my kind here after coming back. It's my first time seeing a killer. He laughs as he says this. A pure laugh without any bad intentions. It's like the laugh of a boxer that finally cut weight and steps into the ring to face his greatest lifetime rival. Probably I have the same smile on my face. Mamma mia! He snorts as he turns around. We walk out to the main street. This looks like a good spot. It's a bit odd for two grown men to be standing about, isn't it? Yes, stupid-ass Frosty. I sit down on the sidewalk. As if he just thought of something, he keeps walking to the vending machine. Hey, give me some money. I don't have any. I'm not exactly rich right now, but I give him the biggest coin I have. I always wanted to try this. He says this happily and buys 2 cans of coffee. Catch! Alright. I get the change in a can of coffee. He sits by my side and takes a drink out of the can. For some reason, I think this is all I've been doing all day. Ugh. I don't think cigarettes and coffee are that great. I wonder why adults even drink these things. They're training their endurance. Being an adult is pretty hard work. Oh, I see. You're pretty smart. He chuckles, delighted. I take a drink as well. I can't help but agree with him. I must be awfully suicidal wanting to drink something that tastes like poison. Well, anyway, you're a pretty awful guy. How could you just suddenly strike at someone's throat like that? You're one to talk. You were trying to kill me too. Is that so? Well, what's done is done. We're both alive, so we'll call it even. Well, he's right. We both tried to kill each other, so even if one of us died, we'd still be even. As a competition, that sounds right. Even though he keeps saying it's disgusting. He keeps happily drinking the coffee. Well, this isn't that bad once you get used to it. This feels like a get-together of bad boys kicked out of society. He says so, killing his smile. Really? Well, you want to smoke? We'd look more like the bad boys that way. Nah, I'll pass. They numb the brain. If you want to remain pure, you shouldn't take any poison. So says the guy drinking coffee. What's with you? You're pretty nitpicky for a killer. Humans eat poison every day, so isn't this all right? You have some tolerance against it too, right? He laughs loudly. I feel the exact same way, so I take another sip. I speak with him for another hour. We ramble about nothing as we watch cars go by. The most pointless thing was probably our special powers. My eyes that can see death. His body that dies with great difficulty. We began discussing their principles. I see. Well, does that mean you can kill the 5 senses? He says such nonsense. I can't do that. I can't kill something so vague that needs an expression to be understood. Not at all, look. If you wanted to kill sight, kill the eyes. Hearing, kill the ears. I can do at least that much, but you're different. You can kill things without crushing them. The moment you see those lines, you can kill. Not the object, but its very meaning. That's why something beyond the 5 senses, like the 6th sense, spirit and emotion, you should be able to kill those things too. Well, he has a point. My eyes themselves are an aberration. Using logic to understand them is a mistake from the start. Then can I kill that too? That apparition that I saw once in my childhood? The haunting thing called Crimson Red Vermilion. But that seems hard. If I do that, I don't know how much longer I could stay sane. Yeah, it's like trying to calculate as a god using the mind of a human. You'd cripple yourself for sure. He says this as he walks toward the vending machine again. Hey! Still looking at the vending machine, he holds his hand behind him towards me. I toss him a coin and he catches skillfully and uses it to buy another can of coffee. After drinking this, he turns to me again. It really has been a long time since I talked to another person. That's really weird. That's strange. Were you stranded on an island somewhere? Huh? I'm still stranded on this island. It seems I'm out of alignment with society. They say someone who kills people for no reason is just crazy. There's really no way someone like me who's out of tune could have a conversation with someone in tune. Huh. So we're out of tune? Yeah. It's a matter of who's off tune. Those out of tune with society are the ones out of... Sorry. Those out of tune with society are the ones out of tune, period. Really? Maybe society is the one out of tune instead. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Didn't you say that just now? It's like the majority rule. The views of the minority aren't that aren't the same as the views of the majority are said to be unusable and rejected. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. If you don't fit in, you're left out, regardless of if you're right or wrong. The term out of tune doesn't follow universal rules. Huh. Are you trying to say that killers like us aren't evil? Who knows? I don't know about good or evil, but if you think about it logically, we aren't the ones out of tune. Let's see, how about using boxers as an example? It doesn't have to be boxers, but it's an easy example to understand. Boxers, their job is to punch people, but not just punch people. They painfully cut weight and train every day to skillfully punch people, to effectively punch others, to efficiently defeat others. They diligently work on it every day like sharpening a blade. What do you think of that? Huh. There are people like that, and... No, that's all. They just punch each other, but they don't kill their opponents. Sure, some could die from accidents, but it isn't considered murder. Isn't that incredible? You mean it's okay to kill? No. You're not supposed to kill. But you could. Isn't that a huge contradiction? That's not all, because a boxer's fist is considered a weapon. They aren't allowed to fight outside the ring. This is incredible. They know a boxer's fist is a weapon, so why is there such a profession in the first place? If it's a weapon that can kill, they should abolish it. Killing is wrong. But the world is full of tools to kill. Even the law allows it, but they say it's not all right to kill. This can only be considered chaos. If common sense is what is thought of as good by a majority of people, then we aren't out of tune. If there's anything out of tune, it's this world. All that said, I don't necessarily hate boxing. There are a lot of professions out there, but there aren't any others where you can be so stoic about your objectives. You strengthen yourself by cutting yourself off from temptations. Humans are interested in strength they can easily comprehend. That's why competitions will never go away. Out of all these competitions, the ones people like the most are where the contestants hurt each other. Admiration of the strong, a mindset that can only be drawn towards death. That's probably a very healthy mind. As guys like him, I can only think of results. As guys like him and I can only think of results, our colors might be similar, but our shapes would be completely different. Something you can concentrate on and forget yourself. That doesn't become an individual's free will. Those that worship education, those that immolate themselves in art, those who advance themselves in business. If an individual could decide that, then this world would be a pretty puzzle that could be understood. But this puzzle is full of holes! Pieces are missing, and a lot of pieces don't fit. I see. You like to talk a lot, don't you? I had a friend like that once. How do I say this? Well, he didn't have anything, which is why he looked like he didn't want anything. To me, he seemed very isolated. Isolation is just another name for loneliness, right? That's why it bugged me. Didn't want anything? What about you? Is there something you want? I don't know. I think I used to, but I can't remember now. What about you? Everyone wants something, but I haven't found anything worth dreaming for. A fire within me that caused me to lose my mind. Tonight was maybe my first time feeling that. That means you're a killer too. I don't know. I can't be sure yet. What about you? Is killing fun? Are you stupid? If it was fun, I'd be doing it non-stop. There isn't any reason. Once you start, you just get hooked. I see. I think I understand a little bit. In other words, it's not a matter of liking or disliking the murder. It's a matter of when he does kill someone, whether he can devote himself to that action. That's probably the difference between being in or out of tune. Hey, didn't you ever take apart a radio when you were a kid? Radio? I never killed anyone like that. Right, thanks for being a moron. To be honest, that was a joke. Animate objects and inanimate objects are completely different. Maybe people like us should be doctors instead. A doctor? I hate medicine. When you get shot, don't you feel yourself getting diluted? It's like you're becoming a puppet, right? Is that so? I have my own doctor, so I take medicine like it was nothing. Does the moon cell exist in Tsukihime? No. It does not. Sorry. Even though... Well, you know what? It's tricky. It's more like Tsukihime stuff, perhaps kind of maybe exists, in Fate Extra and not the other way around, because of the whole Arcuade boss business. It really was a lot of fun. He stands up, and with empty eyes, he looks down at me. Well, we don't need two of us in this town, right? Two lions in a cage this small won't even be able to mark their own territory. He looks like he's going for his knife. The inorganic reek of murder. He really does want to fight to the death. You shouldn't. I say quite naturally. Why? Well, as a living creature, you're stronger than me, but... if I fight you to the death, I'm superior to you. He grinds his teeth, after a twitching smile. He laughs extremely loudly. What? Was it that funny, killer? Oh, I always yawn. I always yawn. The man continues to laugh. Just when I thought I'd have to leave him, he stops laughing and looks at me. You're right, you know. Saying that, he starts to walk away. I guess this is a good opportunity. Now that someone like you is here, I should probably leave town. I don't really intend to take your place. No, it's useless. You got hooked tonight, right? Then it'll be the same tomorrow. You won't be able to endure, even for a day. Well, I hope we won't meet again. Raising a hand, he disappears. Hearing that we wouldn't meet again, I get a little sad. At my feet, there are 10 cans of coffee that he drank. In other words, he'll never pay me back for these. He's gonna piss on the sidewalk. That's a lot of coffee. Lots of caffeine. Caffeine. I make it back to my room. It's almost dawn. I should just forget everything and go to sleep. Five to eight, love. Nanaya's story be cray-cray. A wrenching pain suddenly wakes me. Ow! I lift myself up from bed. I sleepily check my back. There aren't any wounds. The pain is exactly my back, but more from my spine. And not so much pain as it is the feeling of something hot welling up around the back of my neck. I must have slept wrong. It's a good thing this bed is soft, but when it's too gorgeous like this... All of a sudden I look down at my hands and my mind halts completely. What is this? I stare at both hands. Red. From my elbows to my hands, my skin is painted red. Yeah, they sure seem to have that conversation. My skin is painted red and my fists are a dark vermilion. No, red doesn't quite describe it. The dried red on my hands is closer to black. I don't understand. Last night I spoke with Kohaku-san in the courtyard and went straight to bed. I didn't do anything to make my hands like this, and I don't remember seeing a nightmare. My head is throbbing with pain. I put aside, wondering why my hands are painted red. It's almost 7 o'clock. I have to go wash my hands before Hisui comes to wake me up. After washing my hands, I go to the lobby. Shiki-sama? Hisui calls my name. Ah, morning, Hisui. I woke up a little early, so I went to wash my face. Somehow I managed to blurt out an excuse. Good morning. Well then, what should we do about your change of clothes? I have prepared your uniform in your room. It seems like Hisui was already in my room and we just missed each other by the stairs. Yeah, I'll go ahead and change after breakfast, so leave it there. Sorry for not being there when you came to wake me up. As you wish. I will go tell Nei-san, so please wait in the sitting room. Hisui walks toward the west end of the mansion to call for Kohaku-san. Now then. It's still 6:30. I'm sure no one's in the sitting room at this time, so I should go enjoy the morning. Nei-san, you are up surprisingly early. And then, as soon as I open the door to the sitting room, Akiha greets me while elegantly drinking some tea. Nah, I'm the one who's surprised. Managing to respond calmly, I walk into the sitting room. What's going on? Do you usually get up this early? Is it that early? Today I slept in an hour more than usual, so I don't think it's early at all. She seems to be in a very good mood. Usually? Nei-san, it's common sense for students to get up this early. Do not assume I'm lazy like you, is what she would say. Akiha, did something good happen? I ask full of fear, to which she answers with a big smile and nod. Nei-san, please have a seat. Breakfast is not for a while, so please keep me company. Sure. I sit down on the sofa across from her. She prepares a separate teacup. Some tea is poured into the opulent teacup. Steam comes out. Even the steam looks like bourgeoisie. Looks bourgeoisie. Or bourgeois. I don't know if there's the bourgeoisie part of it. Do you want any milk? If so, I can go get some. Nah, this is fine, but Akiha, it just strikes me as odd that you already had another teacup already. I ask this, being a fairly natural question. Yes, I always prepare an extra set so we can have tea if you ever come. Oh, you mean you were waiting for me yesterday and the day before? I'm a little afraid of her answer, but she doesn't seem angry at all. That is true, but you do not need to worry. I do it because I want to, so you do the same. Her words are correct. Besides, I think this is fine. It's good enough if you wake up early only once in a while. Smiling, she brings the teacup to her lips. A chill runs down my spine. Something's wrong. Akiha being calm and kind is very fortunate, but this might be too much. I have to find out what's wrong. Akiha, you... Yes? What is it, Nei-san? I hate to ask, but are you still drunk? Huh? Akiha tilts her head to the side like a small bird. I think her eyebrow twitched, but she still holds her smile. I do not necessarily want to ask either, but what exactly were you thinking? Well, you drank a whole lot yesterday. That amount of alcohol just doesn't go away in a day, so I thought you were still drunk. There is no other explanation for Akiha's good mood this morning. Nei-san, you... She looks down, shoulders quivering. It looks like she's not happy I found out. Here, you don't have to act all kind, so go back to your room. You can skip school and rest today. I won't laugh. You are so wrong! She slams her hand down on the table. Bitch! The teacups rattle. Oh, really? Akiha, you really shouldn't force yourself like this. I am not forcing anything! You think that I would do such a thing as to drink so much that I would be drunk the next morning? She pounds the table again. Again, the teacups rattle. First of all, don't make my plans for yourself. I don't need your permission to skip school. She stares at me, breathing heavily. I take in her gaze and cross my arms. You're back to normal now. Well, since you have that much energy, I guess all the alcohol is out of your system. Akiha stares at me, aghast. Nei-san, did you plan this? Not really. I actually did think that, though. Your method is a bit sneaky. Why can't you just keep peaceful mornings peaceful, Nissan? Same to you. A peaceful morning isn't something that you control. Well, I'm happy that you are always waiting for me, though. But I think it's better if we spend that morning more like this. So go ahead and say the things you want to say. Well, I'd probably be squashed completely if she really did say something every time she had a complaint, so I hope she can hold back at least a little. What's that? More like it is now. Is that the kind of relationship between us? Can't we? I just wanted to be honest with each other. I don't want to lie or hide things. Yeah, me too. Akiha gives a subdued response. Jeez. Nissan, you seem to have become a better talker since I saw you last. Back then, you could never call me down like that. Is that so? That was just me talking honestly. As your Oni-chan, I just wanted to get along with my beloved. No, I can't say that. My dear little sister. Oni-chan? Even if you are just joking, please don't say that. It feels sick. Akiha averts her eyes. She just stares at her teacup. I do not want to hide things from you either, Nissan. She manages that response. What? Are you actually hiding something from me, Akiha? No. Well, if it's something I want to say, then I want you to get up early every day. Really, I was happy when you woke up this early today. So, if you had tea with me every morning, I would be able to go to school every day happily. Akiha fidgets and glances around, then... Thank you for waiting. Shiki-san, your breakfast is ready. Kohaku-san arrives. Huh? Akiha, you're not eating? Of course not. Akiha-sama already finished breakfast. Shiki-san, if you want to eat with Akiha-sama, you have to get up before 6. There's no way that's gonna happen. Oh well, I'm going to eat. Later, Akiha. Getting up, I head towards the dining room. Akiha wordlessly matches my leave. She wants to say something, but that look seems to be directed not at me, but Kohaku-san. I return to the sitting room after breakfast to find Akiha is not there. Instead, I run into Hisui, who's gathering up all the cups. Huh? Hisui, where's Akiha? Akiha-sama already left for school. Oh yeah, her school is far away. Well, I shouldn't be hanging around either. Yes, your uniform is prepared in your room. When you are done changing, please call for me. Hisui quietly disappears toward the lobby. After changing my clothes, I leave the mansion earlier than usual. I'll come right back today, so hopefully about 4 o'clock? Oh, and you don't have to wait for me here. As you wish. In that case, please be careful on your way, Shiki-sama. Thanks. I'm heading out. Waving to Hisui as she bows, I got out into the street. I uneventfully arrive at my classroom and start another normal day of classes. Then I realize something. Yumizuka's desk is now missing. Even though one classmate is gone, the school schedule resumes as always. Her desk is forgotten and life goes on. Why? As soon as I realize it, I become uneasy. What happened with Yumizuka was something that I could not forget. So why was it until now I didn't even remember her? Shiki-kun, you and I are the same. Those words still burn in the back of my mind. But that's strange. But still, I can't think about it deeply. That night, it seems that when Akiha tended to my wounds that night, I lost something. About Yumizuka being a vampire, and even now, it all seems too empty. Or was that really a bad dream after all? That can't be true. But I can't deny it all that strongly. Even though I'm in a classroom without her right now, I can't recall her that well. From that night until now, something about reality does not seem quite right to me. Well, Kohaku did say that she's got hallucinogenics growing in the yard. Before I know it, the day is over. I don't feel like seeing Arihiko or Senpai. It seems like I can calm down more when I'm at home. I enter the lobby and see Hisui. Welcome back, Shiki-sama. Thanks, Hisui. Are Kohaku-san and Akiha gone? Akiha-sama has yet to return. Nei-san is in the rear courtyard cleaning up. Like always. I'll be in my room, so please continue whatever you're doing. Yes? Please excuse me. I head up the stairs. Shiki-sama? I will be arranging Makihisa-sama's room. If you need anything, please call me. This route is a bit more laxed than usual. So far, anyway. I take off my shirt and take things out of my bag. And then, a white ribbon sticks out between the textbooks. Oh, I should probably give this back. That ribbon I've been carrying for 8 years since that day. I've returned here to give that ribbon back, so it's about time I give it back to whom it belongs. I grip it tightly. I imagine myself giving the ribbon to Hisui and shake my head. 8 years ago, we only spoke a few words underneath that tree. But it is a precious memory to me. So even though it might sound selfish, I don't want to give it back to Hisui when she doesn't remember the promise. Besides, there's something, I can't quite place it, but there's something not right. Until this feeling goes away, I want to hold on to this ribbon. Sitting in my chair, I look at the leaves fluttering down. I put the ribbon in my pocket. If I meet Hisui if I stay inside, so I might make it if I stay inside, so I decide to cool off outside. It's crazy there's only 4 more choices left in the entire game for us to make, though. Isn't that nuts? Yet there's still supposed to be so much more of this route. It's been so long. I actually forgot what the fuck happens in it entirely. I think about yesterday. I spoke with Kohaku-san when I was cooling off in the courtyard. Why did you return? Her face, for an instant, was not her usual cheery expression. Just what was that all about? Huh? Shiki-san? You've grown to like this place? Is she done cleaning? Kohaku-san walks over to me with her broom. No, that's not it. Having her appear in front of me while I was thinking about her, I'm unable to respond quickly. Anyway, I'll just be in Kohaku-san's way if so I should go back to my room. Oh, are you leaving already, Shiki-san? It is still pretty early, so can't you stay here a bit longer? Kohaku-san places the broom on the ground. I didn't want to get in your way. I'm already done sweeping. I've already checked the flowers, so I'm finished. I have a little spare time before I have to prepare for dinner, so I thought that I would come here and relax. She takes off her apron, as if emphasizing the fact that she isn't working right now. So, Shiki-san, would you mind talking with me? Part of me wanted to think, like, taking a walk. How do you utilize Ortnax Mashu? As a punching bag. Well, not a punching bag, as a human shield. Like, literally. You throw her out, you do her invincible target focus, she'll take that hit, and then she can focus another strike onto herself, so it's great against a single target Noble Phantasm. As long as you have the Mystic Code that can swap them out, as you please. No. If you're fine with it, then sure. Then it's decided, Kohaku-san says with a smile and sits down on a chair a little distance away. Actually, let me make a correction. Trying to sit down, she stares at me. Shiki-san, you look like you aren't very happy. Huh? Do I look that way? Yes. If you keep that face up, your glasses will cloud over, you know. Kohaku warns me half-jokingly. Anyway, Shiki-san, about our conversation last night. Yesterday's conversation? Which one? Aren't you borrowing something? Aren't you borrowing something a long time ago? Or something from a long time ago is what it should be. Did you already give that back? Her eyes shine brightly as she asks. Just like the time I received the knife, she seems incredibly curious. No, the person doesn't seem to remember it. That's not the whole reason, but I've decided to hold on to it for now. Oh, so you'll just steal it like that? It's not like it's useful, it's not like it's a useful thing, right? Yeah, it's not anything useful. It was nice to get it, but I haven't even used it once. Well, a guy using a ribbon is just weird, and thankfully I'm not into that sort of thing. I see. Hey, Shiki-san, can I guess who you got it from? Sure, you seem to like that sort of thing. Yes. That person definitely has to be Hisui-chan, right? Bingo. Well done, Kohaku-san. It was 8 years ago, right? Hisui-chan was the one really close to you back then. Kohaku-san sounds very happy. Really close to me? Is that so? Putting that aside, the promise was a really important thing for me. That day 8 years ago, that girl who only watched me came to tell me to give it back. That really saved me. Huh? With a pause, Kohaku looks directly at me. I don't know how it was for her, but without that promise, I think I would have become a miserable person. Those days where I was treated like an unwanted child, I was given her most prized possession and was told to come return it. Thinking that the girl was waiting for me, Tonoshiki, at the place I was supposed to return to. That was enough for me and I didn't want anything else. Yeah, that's right. That's why I can't simply give it back. If I gave it back to Hisui, she'd just take it away like an empty plate after dinner. I don't want that. I know it's just my selfish notion, but I can't give it back to Hisui yet. I want her to remember it. Since it made me so happy, I want to thank her and fulfill the promise. If I don't do that, I don't think I'll be able to face myself, or Hisui. Still sitting in the chair, I completely bare my heart. I still don't know why I'm telling all of this to Kohaku-san. Maybe there's something about this garden that helps to talk about the past. Kohaku-san, is there something the matter? You look troubled. Huh? I feel like I always do. With her troubled face, she smiles like normal. Well, she tries to. Shiki-san? Am I really making that strange of a face? She looks at the window glass. In the window is the troubled-looking face, and Kohaku-san just looks at herself in surprise. Kohaku-san, if you aren't feeling well, you can go back to your room and rest. Don't mind me. Maybe you're right. I'll rest and then get dinner ready. Kohaku-san slowly walks away. And Shiki-san? Hisui-chan is forgetful, so please be patient with her. Oh, maybe if you take her to that same tree in the garden as 8 years ago, she might somehow remember. Hint, hint. Kohaku-san picks up the broom and heads toward the rear entrance to the mansion. I see. If I take her to that tree, she just might remember. But that seems wrong. If I force her to remember, that won't make me happy either. But maybe it is a good idea to see that tree. I haven't been there since I got back, so maybe I'll swing by there when I have another chance. Huh? Come to think of it, I wonder why Kohaku-san knows about where I met Hisui. Dumbass. 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 Because he's a dumbass. Hey, Caitlin P, thank you. Welcome to Early Access. You've got some videos you can check out in my community tab now that you are a member that are available for Early Access. They're all posts in the community tab. That includes the lessons in magecrafts, but also a handful of videos that are coming out. You can watch the Fate memes right now instead of tomorrow. You can watch my video on 3D CG. You can watch my VR chat video. You can watch a video on gender-bent art criticism. And you can watch a video on anime episodes that normally very beautiful anime that turn ugly for like an episode or so due to a change in director and stuff like that. So there's quite a lot for you to watch right now. Come to think of it, I wonder why Kohaku-san knows about where I met Hisui. Even though they're sisters, I can't imagine that Hisui would just tell her. That promise seemed secret somehow. I just can't imagine Hisui with her personality telling Kohaku-san like that. Hint, moron, hint. Hint, 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 hint. Dinner, as usual, is a quiet affair with just me and Akiha. Kohaku-san stands behind Akiha. Well, it's just because this is all early access stuff. They're not public, that's my point. Those are the videos that will be coming out soon. Now that you are early access, you can get that stuff now. Assuming it charges you. I think it charges up front. Sorry, my throat. Water time, even though we've got 10 minutes left. We've got 10 minutes left. Eldridge? Where's the meme video? You don't see it in the community tab? Did I forget to put it there? Did I do something? Oops, that's stupid. No, here it is. It's early access members, but it's not for $1 payers. It's the $5 tier for the record. But no, the video's called Skahak's Friendship of the Fate Memes. And it's been available for a little over a week now. Yeah, swapping isn't a normal thing to do, but yeah, you're right. You have no idea why visual novel players can do it. They read. Yeah, but you get to look at pictures while you read. Dinner, as usual, is a quiet affair with just me and Akiha. Kohaku-san stands behind Akiha, and Hisui stands behind me during our wordless dinner. The only thing different is the way Akiha is acting. Until now, whenever my tableware would make noise, Akiha would look up with a scowl. Today, however, Akiha makes quite a lot of clattering herself. In the end, I'm going back to my room. Please clean up my dinner. Saying so, she leaves the dining room behind. What's with her? She seemed so cheerful this morning. Hisui is silent. Kohaku-san is cleaning things up in the kitchen like normal. And then, from the lobby, I hear the sound of someone falling. Akiha! Fearing the worst, I race toward the lobby. Da-dun, da-dun! There I see Akiha leaning on the stairs. Her breathing is irregular, and I can hear her wheezing from here. Her face is pale, and there are beads of sweat on her skin. I can see with a single glance that she's not okay. Hey, Akiha! Don't come near me! I stop. Leaning on the stairs, Akiha refuses me violently. What? Don't come near you? What are you talking about? I don't know what happened, but I just can't leave you like that. I'm fine. Just don't come any closer, Nissan. What? My heart skips a beat. Akiha just breathes painfully. There's something wrong with me. For a moment, I feel it resembles the figure of Yumizuka Satsuki. Akiha, I'm fine, so please don't come near me. She wavers and then collapses. Akiha, I dash towards her. Stop! She still tries to stop me. Ignoring her, I hold her with both my arms. Her face contorts in pain. As if she's trying to resist something, she bites her lip. Shiki-san! Well, that's a new Kohaku face. Kohaku face, Kohaku face. She's like, the fuck? You picked her up? That was my job. What the hell are you doing? Kohaku-san enters the lobby. Kohaku-san, Akiha's acting strange. Oh yes, I'll bring out my kitties after the the cat and the dog, you wanted both. Akiha's acting strange. I'm going to get her to bed, is that alright? Yes. I'll be there right away, so please take care of her. Kohaku-san disappears toward the west end of the mansion at a run. Akiha suppresses her cry. Her back arches as pain seems to flow through her. Nisa, let go. Calm down, stupid. I'll get you to your room. I carry the writhing Akiha in my arms as I go up the stairs. No, Nissan, let go! With empty eyes, Akiha still tries to break free. Just be quiet! Just relax and let me handle this. I run through the hallway as I tell her this. Her wild breathing, her flailing nails, her fluttering hair, they all rob me of my calm. I must be going crazy. For a brief instant, I think I saw a flash of red. Her breathing seems hot. She grabs me so hard that it feels like my clothes will be torn off. Hey, Akiha, rest in your bed. She lies down on the bed, still breathing hard. Where can you get Kaget's Toya? You do not need an emulator to play visual novels. They're just Windows software. So, you should be fine. And again, like I said, try Googling Eroge downloads. It's a website. I don't know if I think it's a .com. They have an English version on there. Already patched and ready to go, I think. She lies down on the bed, still breathing hard. The bed shakes. Her hair shaking wildly, she claws at her breast. That redness again. It has to be my imagination. As if to dispel the illusion, I raise my voice. Hang in there, Akiha! Damn it, what's with this all of a sudden? I stand before Akiha, who's writhing in pain, unable to do anything. I bite my lip, even though she's in so much pain. There isn't anything I can do to help her. I bite down so hard, blood starts to trickle. A red drop falls on the bed. It's quickly absorbed by her red hair. What? No, I must be seeing things. Her hair is black. The redness I saw just now, I just saw because I imagined it. Maybe laying in bed is helping, as her breathing gradually calms. I relax a bit. I suppose if she's like that, she should be alright without me. Kohaku-san will be here soon, and I shouldn't stay in her room too long. Rest easy, rest easy. Kohaku-san should be here soon. I start to stand up. In that instant, no! Akiha embraces me. Oh, it's so sweet. No, embraces isn't the right word. With all her heart, she clings to me, as if trying to rend my back to pieces. Akiha, what are you? I can't imagine this much strength coming from those delicate arms. She grips me hard enough to cause bruises. No, don't leave, Nissan. Her nails drive into my back. As if frightened of something, she continues to cling to me. How can I break free from that? Her nails rip into me. Despite this, I embrace her shoulders. Akiha, it's okay, I'm here. Her shaking hands. Resting her face against my shoulder, she muffles a sob. Akiha, if it hurts that much, don't push yourself. You don't have to hold back. No, that's not it, Nissan. I don't deserve anything from you. Saying that, her strength drains from her body. Father, I must not... to Nissan. She sobs, as if trying to hide it. Must I kill him with my own hands? With that, I hear her sobbing. Akiha, I don't want to... What should I do? Speaking with a wavering voice, Akiha cries. No matter how hard she tries, she can't hold it in. I just hold her, not saying anything. How long did it last? Akiha sleeps like a child who cried herself to sleep, and I lay her slender body onto the bed. Yes, I am. Thank you for reminding me, but I am going to do it. Shiki-san, has Akiha-sama calmed down? Kohaku-san must have been waiting in the hallway as she was standing outside the door. Yeah, she's sleeping. But Kohaku-san, why is Akiha... No, it's nothing you need to worry about. At times, Akiha-sama lapses into sudden... dyspnea. It's the same as your anemia. Akiha-sama is a member of the Tono family, after all. What do you mean? She's always healthy. Yes, but those of the Tono family all have that sort of illness. Maybe it's inherited, but both you and Akiha-sama carry a variation of Makihisa-sama's condition. Akiha-sama's condition is not very serious. It isn't something to be taken lightly. But it's not life-threatening, as your condition is, so please don't make such a worried face. I can't help it. She seemed to be in such pain. I couldn't even do anything. Until now, I didn't even know she had that condition. Yes, Akiha-sama tried her best to keep it a secret from you. We were also told to keep it a secret from you. But why? Akiha-sama did not want to worry you. So please do not concern yourself and do as Akiha-sama wishes. I don't know what to say. What she says is true, I can't dispute it. In other words, I was the only one who didn't know. I just thought I was the only one with problems. Sorry, please take care of Akiha, Kohaku-san. Bowing to Kohaku, I walk away. I go back to my room, but I can't sleep. The frightened figure of Akiha burns in my mind, and I can't calm down. Ow! My back hurts. Blood oozes where her nails dug into my back. Her nails left numerous knife-like marks in my skin. But hey, they don't hurt that much. I look out my window to the distant moon. My worrying heart still cannot calm down. She was in such pain. The illness of the Tono family. My pulse increases. Just thinking about it, I get mad at myself for not knowing anything. Red. Blood drips from my lip. It was only for an instant, but her hair was blood red. Damn it. I can't calm down because I'm angry at myself? That's a lie. That hair. Just remembering that color makes my heart beat like a drum. What's wrong with me? Just remembering her red hair causes my blood to boil and my breathing to become difficult. I try not to think about it, but I can't even manage that. Back then, Akiha was just too beautiful, even now. This was the first time I was so into something. No, or I think I felt this burning sensation in my head a few days ago. Jeez, I'm acting like I'm in love with Akiha. That is also a lie. This excitement isn't anything as gentle as love, remembering and breathing out of control. And that is what you call lust. Slapping my face, I collapse on my bed. I can't settle down. Do I have to stay like this the whole night? Knock knock. Shiki-san, are you awake? Huh? I'm up. Kohaku-san? My cat and dog are generally friendly with each other, but they do have their little sibling quarrels for sure. And yeah, they get a little jealous from time to time. Yes, please excuse me, Shiki-san. Kohaku enters my room carrying a silver tray. There's a glass of water and something that looks like medicine. Ah, you look like you're not feeling well after all. Before you looked very worried. I thought that maybe you wouldn't be able to sleep, and I was a little concerned. Kohaku-san steps over to my bed. Kohaku-san, is that something like a sleeping pill? No, it isn't anything that strong. It's something that only helps to relax. If you don't mind, then please take it. Kohaku-san sounds a bit hesitant. In other words, she doesn't want to offer the medicine, but if I can't sleep, I should take it. That kindness really helps. Thanks. I couldn't sleep, so I will take it. Is it okay? Shiki-san, I heard from your doctor that you do not usually like medicine. It's not that I hate it. It's just that the doctor gives me medicine without telling me what it's for. I feel like I'm a guinea pig. But you're different. If it's from you, then surely I can take it. Oh, really? I take the glass and down the pill. The water carries the pill down to my stomach. And look at the way she's watching you do it. I don't think it's because it works that fast, but the cool water seems to already calm my agitated mind. Thanks. With this, I should be able to sleep soon. Yes. Well then, I will be going. Sweet dreams, Shiki-san. With a bow, Kohaku-san exits the room. Stretching out my arms, I let out a deep breath. I should just stop thinking about Akiha. I should go to sleep and wait until tomorrow. Future vision, future death. That sounds like a start to a Serial Experiments Lane episode. Future vision, future death. Or whatever. Okay, so we are done with Tsukihime for right now. We're going to close that. And then let me set up the webcam. I'm looking mildly disheveled, so who cares? We're doing it for the puppy and the kitty. Okay, so, close up it. I guess, what is it? I guess I have to just call, like, webcam. Make a new one called webcam. And then add... Actually, yeah, I should turn you back on and put it in studio mode. There we go. Video capture device? No, that can't be right. What is it? I guess maybe it is that. Okay. Yes, that is working. Okay. Almost ready. Alright, I'll be right back for them. On the stream, they want to see my doge. So here is my doge. Hey, kind of, can you come up in the chair? Can I put you on the chair? Come on, up, up. Up, up. No, no, hold on. Hold on. Up, up. Up, 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 up. Come here, girl. Up, up. Get up there. Wow. Suare. Kind of, can you suare on the chair? No, no, no. Ah! Ha! Kind of iko. Up, up. Up, up. I know you're excited. Suare. Hold on. Mate. Mate. You see the puppy and good. No, no. Mate. Mate, mate, mate. Good girl. Who's a good girl? Look at the sweetie puppy. Aww. Aww. Now we'll have her do some tricks. Iko. Careful. Let's see if I can angle this down anymore so she can see her. And make sure there's enough room to do her tricks. Alright, Kana. Tate. Tate. Iko. Okay, good, there you go. Simpukyak. Simpukyak. Good girl. Fuse. Fuse. Suare. Well, you're already right. Fuse. Fuse. Suare. No. Fuse. Stay there. Suare. There you go. Iko. Go, go. Iko. Mate. Mate. Kanpai. No, no, no. Kanpai. There you go. Kanpai. Yoroshiku. 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 Hirari. Hirari. Good girl. Now again. Simpukyak. There we go. Yum, yum, yum. Good, good girl. Yes, dot hack. Infection. This is an old shirt, man. And Kenny boy.
My little Kenny cat. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy.
Who's a good Kenshin? Who's a good Kenshin? Kenny's a boy. Kana's a girl. Hey, Kana. I see that tail. Yes, because you guys are... Well, no, it's still an hour till you get your main meal. Still an hour till then. He's a funny cat. He does things on his own terms, so if he's not in the mood to say hello or to play or any of that... Even your dog reminded me of Cowboy Bebop. She is pretty damn smart. She is pretty damn smart. Did I gain weight? No, I gained a lot of hair, and I didn't straighten it, so it's all crazy. I have the craziest bed head, and I just don't give a shit. So, have I gained weight? Maybe a little, thanks to friggin' quarantine. Oh, well, thank you, Anonymous. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, so, I'm going to wrap this up. We will continue streaming Tsukihime on next week's Tuesday. Tomorrow, I've got a video on Fate memes. I put a lot of work into it. You got some chubby faced chicks. No, don't say that. Don't say that. No. I'm going to go play rhythm boxing. No, you can't do that to me. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I got derailed entirely. I do that a lot. Yes, memes, and I did some stop animation with my little Mordred Figma. Let me get her. Little Mordred Figma. She's so cool. In fact, you can see the set for it in the background. Don't say that! I don't have a chubby face. This is always my face. This has always been my face. Is round. Anyway, until next time, celebrate your fandom.